Principal, ICSE, Sister Olivia, our correspondent of the KG session, to kindly come forward and participate in the lighting of the lamp. To invoke divine blessings and to set a serene tone for the proceedings, we now invite our college choir to render the prayer song. May this soulful invocation guide our thoughts, inspire our minds, and bless the 5-day faculty development program with wisdom, harmony, and purpose.
Precious soul, a gift from you, needs tender guidance and boundless love. Through screens and carols, they search for their way. Through digital confusion, they lead them astray. Lord, grant me wisdom to show them your light. Oh Lord, lead them from darkness to light. Through your grace divine, let wisdom flow. As seeds of faith in their hearts, I sow. With every lesson, every passing hour, seek your wisdom, your guiding power. Let my words be gentle, my patience strong, as I help these young minds rise. May they live my room with glimpses of heaven, more than earthly knowledge brings. For teaching's greatest gift is guiding souls to you, Lord. Is guiding souls to you, Lord.
The Educator's Guide, New Horizons in Pedagogy, naturally unfold. A very good morning to one and all present here today. It gives me immense pleasure to extend a warm and heartfelt welcome to this faculty development program on New Horizons in Innovative Pedagogies. On behalf of the management, faculty, and students of our institution, I am delighted to host this meaningful academic gathering. This program holds special significance as it is organized during the 68th year of the College of Education, marking 6 decades of committed service to teacher education and academic excellence. As we celebrate this Diamond Jubilee milestone, we reflect with gratitude on our rich legacy and reaffirm our commitment to nurturing innovative, reflective, and socially responsible educators. Education was and is a pivotal moment for transformation. Pedagogy is no longer limited to content delivery. It is about engagement, inclusion, creativity, and relevance. As educators, We carry the responsibility of preparing learners not only for examinations but for life. This FDP has been designed as a reflective and collaborative platform to explore emerging perspectives, practices, and possibilities in teaching and learning. We are deeply honored by the presence of our chief guest, Professor N. Upendra Reddy Garu, retired Professor SCRT, whose distinguished contribution to the field of education continue to inspire institutions and educators alike. We are grateful for your time and guidance, and we eagerly look forward to your address, sir. I also take this opportunity to welcome the correspondent of our college, Professor Dr. Sister Mary Kuti, whose vision, leadership, and unwavering support makes academic initiative like this possible. Your commitment to continuous professional growth and institutional excellence is deeply appreciated. I want to extend a warm welcome to our esteemed guest principals from ICSC schools, SSC schools, and degree colleges, and our former correspondent, Reverend Sister Olivia Joseph. Your presence here today strengthens the bridge between school education, higher education, and teacher education. Interactions across boards and levels are vital for building continuity, coherence, and shared understanding in pedagogy, and we are truly honored by your participation. This FDP brings together a diverse and dynamic group of in-service teachers, pre-service teachers, and teacher educators. For in-service teachers, this program offers an opportunity to revisit and reimagine classroom practices. For pre-service teachers, it provides valuable exposure to the evolving landscape of education. For teacher educators, it is a space for dialogue, renewal, and innovation. Let us collectively move towards teaching practices that are learner-centered, reflective, and future-ready. I encourage all participants to engage actively, share experiences, ask questions, and make the most of this learning opportunity. With these words, I once again extend a warm welcome to all our guests and participants and wish this faculty development program a great success. Thank you, and I wish you all a very enriching and productive sessions. God bless you all.
Thank you, sister. As a mark of respect and gratitude, and as a symbol of our commitment to sustainability and growth, we now take a moment to honor our esteemed dignitaries with a sapling. I request our correspondent, Professor Dr. Sister Mary Kuti, to honor our chief guest, Professor N. Upendra Reddy Garu, with a sapling. Thank you, sister. I now request our principal, Dr. Sister Antonia, to honor our correspondent, Dr. Sister Mary Kuti, with a sapling.
I now request our FTP coordinator, Dr. K. Vinalata, to honor our principal, Dr. Sister Antonia.
I now request our IQAC coordinator, Dr. Lily Chaco, to honor our principal of ICSC, Sister Lily Braggs, with a sapling. I now request our senior faculty member, Dr. Jyoti Victoria, to kindly come forward and honor Sister Olivia with a sapling. thank you to all our dignitaries. In an era marked with rapid technological advancement, evolving learner needs, and transformative educational policies, the role of teachers has expanded beyond traditional knowledge transmission to becoming facilitators of innovation, creativity, and critical thinking. Teacher education institutions, especially the B.Ed colleges, carry the vital responsibility of preparing future educators who are adaptive, reflective, and equipped with the contemporary pedagogical competencies. Against this backdrop, the 5-day national level faculty development program on innovative horizons in pedagogies is being organized. The program aims to bridge a gap between theory and practice. So through expert-led sessions, hands-on demonstrations, collaborative discussions, and reflective practices, this FDP seeks to foster professional growth, pedagogical innovation, and academic excellence. By encouraging a dialogue and knowledge sharing at the national level, this program aspires our empowered teacher educators to transform classrooms into inclusive, engaging, and future-ready learning spaces. Now, we shall take a moment to see how our dancers perform. Art has always been an integral part of education, nurturing creativity, expression, and cultural sensitivity. As a refreshing interlude to this 5-day FDP, we now have a performance by our students. The theme of the dance is based on Malala's speech, where she quotes, "One child, one teacher, one book, one pen can change the world." That reminds us how important it is to innovate pedagogies and their approaches.
One teacher, one book, and one pen can change the world. Education is one of the blessings of life and one of its necessities. But things did not remain the same. Women were flogged. People were killed. And our beautiful dreams turned into nightmares. Education went from being a right to being a crime. When my world suddenly changed, my priorities changed too. I had two options. One was to remain silent and wait to be killed. And the second was to speak up and then be killed. I chose the second one. The terrorists tried to stop us, but neither their ideas nor their bullets could win. We survived, and since that day, our voices have grown louder and louder. Why is it that countries which we call strong are so powerful in creating wars but are so weak in bringing peace? Why is it that giving guns is so easy, but giving books is so hard? Why is it that making tanks is so easy, but building schools is so hard? We are living in the modern age, and we believe that nothing is impossible.
Thank you, dear students. That really reminded us how important innovation is for our pedagogies. It is now our proud privilege to extend a warm and respectful welcome to our esteemed chief guest, Professor N. Upendra Reddy Garu, retired SCRT, Consultant Educational Reform, School Education Department, Telangana, for the 5-day national level faculty development program. I now call upon Ms. Elizabeth Abraham to introduce our chief guest to the gathering.
On behalf of St.Ann's College of Education, it gives me immense pleasure to extend a warm and heartfelt welcome to our esteemed chief guest, Professor N. Upendra Reddy, for the inaugural session of this national level 5-day faculty development program on innovative horizons in pedagogies. We are honored to have with us Professor N. Upendra Reddy, a distinguished educationist, curriculum expert, and an eminent contributor to educational reforms in India. Professor Upendra Reddy served as the professor and head of the Department of Curriculum, Textbooks, and Assessment Procedures at SCERT. In this pivotal role, he supervised and guided the development and implementation of state curriculum reforms, significantly influencing school education practices. He has also worked as an academic specialist at the Mahatma Gandhi National Council of Rural Education, Hyderabad, where he played a key role in implementing Mahatma Gandhi's philosophy of basic education, Nai Talim. Through trainings, academic activities, and action research, he collaborated extensively with universities, SCERTs, and diets across the nation. Professor Reddy was a member of the Joint Review Mission team constituted by the Ministry of Human Resource Development, Government of India, entrusted with reviewing the functional aspects of teacher education institutions such as IASCs, CTEs, and diets. A committed researcher, he has conducted several research studies as principal investigator on the functional aspects of schools, children's performances, and classroom teaching learning processes under major educational projects. He has also served as a resource person at numerous national and state level seminars and academic programs. Even today, Professor Upendra Reddy continues to serve the field of education with dedication, voluntarily supporting NGOs, SCERTs, and teacher education institutes with a special focus on improving the quality of school education. His vast experience, deep academic insight, and lifelong commitment to educational excellence make his presence with us truly enriching and inspiring. Once again, we warmly welcome Professor N. Upendra Reddy, and I now have the honor of inviting Sir to address the gathering. Thank you.
Very extended form of introduction. Right. So, respected correspondent Professor Mary Kutti Garu and Dr. Antonia, Principal St.Ann's College of Education, and the senior principals of ICSE schools, where I just now interacted with Madam, and the staff of this great college, St.Anne's College, one of the finest colleges of education in the country, and teachers and students. I always feel privileged for any interactions such like this, interacting with teacher educators, teachers and pre-service students. It's a great privilege for this privilege of this opportunity. I really appreciate the management for choosing this important item of pedagogy. Okay, the important curriculum, when you map the curriculum will have your textbooks, your assessment procedures, your classroom transaction, pedagogy, but pedagogy is the most important aspect to get expected learning outcomes. Okay, this is better rather than restricting a place. Right. So you might have read education report by World Bank. In 2018, World Bank released a report, first of its kind, especially on education. And the title is Learning to Realize the Promise of Education. The title. Education has a promise. If parents send their children to a school, there are certain expectations. Education to realize that promise. Okay. So in that promise, they mentioned two important issues. The first thing is that they have conducted extended research in all developing countries and developed countries also. The first and foremost thing what the report says that there is a learning crisis in the developed countries, especially like India. Learning crisis means abhyasana sankshobham antam manam. Okay. Children are attending the schools but not learning, especially government schools, low fee paid schools. Children are attending regularly 200, 220 days, but it never resulted in the learning outcomes. This is the first crisis. The second crisis, they say, is that why learning crisis means there is a crisis of teaching. Something is not happening in the classrooms. Okay? Crisis of teaching, isn't it? Teaching is not as per the expected lines. There is a teaching crisis because children are potential enough to learn. Children are very good. The problem is with the teaching. Teaching, learning resources, learning climate, okay, and all these things. So this actually focus on the how we teach actually, okay, the teaching. So the pedagogy basically. That's why I am saying is that the pedagogy is the most important aspects in the entire curriculum. So, but what should be the nature of the education in order to realize this promise? The nature of education, how it should be. If you see, first is the relevance of education. Okay, how it is relevant to the children life. Is it make some sense, some meaning to the children? Isn't it? So this is the relevance is the first and foremost. And also the report also says that the power of education. Education has the power to transform the communities, transform the societies. It has a transformative power, the first and foremost thing. The next power of education is emancipatory power. It liberating from fear, liberating from greed. Okay? It is emancipatory. Vimukti అని అంటాం. Even Telugulo kuda, Sanskritlo kuda, even ancient Indian philosophy also says, Vidyaya Vimukti ani. Isn't it? Vidya అనేటటువంటిది it helps for liberation. Vimukti from all types of entanglements. Okay? So greatest power, ultimate the goal is liberation, emancipation. Isn't it? And the third power of education is the empowerment. Empowering the people. to lead good life. So the ultimately the power, the goal of education is to develop a just and peaceful societies. Ultimately, a just society, equitable societies, where peace remains, persists. So this is ultimately, it's not only to keep peace and justice and equitable societies, but also to protect the planet. Now the crisis, the global crisis is now the how to protect the planet Earth and its ecosystems, isn't it? We don't know how far this planet is actually support life on this Earth now. If you see the climate change, global warming, climate change, isn't it? So worldwide, isn't it? It's impacting much. There is a pollution of water, pollution of soil, pollution of air, pollution of food grains and everything, isn't it? And there is loss of biodiversity. Several species are being extinct. Only it is because of human action. Have we sensitized the children? If you want to change the world, the only place is the school. School is the best place to change the global issues, change the world. And the fulcrum is the teacher. Teacher can change the generation. So this is actually the power of education. So if we want to realize this nature of education, first you have to actually see what are the barriers to learning. When you speak about the pedagogy, what are the major barriers to education now at present? Are major challenges in education? We have conducted much researches. At present I am working in Administrative Staff College as advisor. So we conducted from SCRT and ASCII, we have conducted a study, isn't it? To understand what really happening in the schools. We have entered, we have sat in the classroom, observed classroom teaching, we have tested children performance. The basic challenge in the schools is mostly government schools and as well as low-fee private schools, even other private schools also. Multi-level classrooms. Okay? If in a class, there is a 8th or 7th class, whatever the class, if there are 40 children, 85% of children are not connecting to the teaching. They are not connected because though they are in 8, some are operating in 6th, some are 4th, some are 3rd, some are 2nd, and most of the 60% cannot read properly, cannot comprehend properly, cannot express properly. These are the basic foundational skills of reading and writing. So there are multi-level classrooms. How your pedagogy address these multi-level classrooms? Basically, teacher nowadays what happens? Teacher generally focus on the syllabus, textbook, isn't it? Suppose if a teacher teaching in 5th class division, isn't it? He only focus on the division. There are several students, those who don't know multiplication or subtraction or addition or number concept also. If you only teach this level, children, those who are below these levels, they never actually connect. They can come, they can sit in the classroom, but they never benefit out of it, isn't it? So children are operating foundational skills and the class specific abilities also they don't have. So this is the situation now in majority of the classrooms. But teacher focus is on the syllabus, teacher focus is on the completion of the syllabus and prepare for examinations, isn't it? So where 85% children are not connected, whether they are oppressive classrooms or non-oppressive classrooms. Oppression, isn't it? Pedagogy of oppression. Have you studied the book Follow Frey? Pedagogy, read that book. All teachers to read that. What is the nature of oppression? Because children silently sit. They don't benefit out of your teaching, isn't it? Though they don't understand, they don't want to sit in the classrooms. Forcefully, they have to attend the school, they have to sit in the classroom without any benefit. Isn't it? So this is an oppression. Hours together they will sit without benefiting anything. This is the first challenge. Okay, how you address, because 40 children at various levels a single teacher cannot address also. But what are the other pedagogical methods where you address these inequity? The Sustainable Development Goal 4, 17 global goals are there, global development goals. Every teacher should know it. These developmental goals are global challenges, okay, global issues. Your curriculum, your pedagogy must actually reflect these global issues. One of the is education. The fourth issue is, the first is poverty, hunger, social inequity, climate change, life on the land. There are 17 goals are there, but the fourth goal particular to education. It says enabling inclusive and equitable learning with lifelong learning opportunity, providing lifelong learning opportunity. These are the fourth goal. Every teacher must know these 17 goals, because you must reflect, because these are the global challenges, issues. Education only relevant when you focus on the challenges and issues, isn't it? Education is not a neutral subject, isn't it? Okay. So, what is this inclusive classrooms and equitable education? So, where 70% children are not connected, not benefiting, there is inclusion or exclusion? 70% of children are included or excluded? They are excluded. So our classrooms are not inclusive. How to make inclusive education? Isn't it? So where you have to actually collaborative learning, some sort of group work, where able children will support other children, where teacher acts as a facilitator, not a lecture rote methods, isn't it? So this is inclusive classroom. Make inclusive classroom with cooperative, collaborative learning strategies, isn't it? Teach less, focus on learning, focus on providing learning support to the children. That is the order of the day now, isn't it? It is not extempore, rote way of teaching. This is the first aspect. Equitable learning. Inclusive, okay. Equitable means equal teaching is not good. I am teaching same way, all the students, some are benefiting, some are not benefiting. It's a meaningless statement, isn't it? Equitable at various levels. How you address these levels, isn't it? If a child needs at particular level, you have to support that. That is called equitable. Based on their level, provide some personal assistance, some sort of learning support by yourself or by your other children. So make it is equitable education, isn't it? As per the needs and requirement of the children. So equitable, inclusive and lifelong learning opportunities, resources for learning, maybe library, maybe internet, some sort of guidance is required. So quality education is the right of every child. It is a human right also. Education is the human right. This is the first challenge. The second challenge is, again, though we have several basic education projects in the government, it starts with Andhra Pradesh Primary Education Project, your Sarva Shiksha Abhiyan, now Samagra Shiksha. So many basic education projects and providing much trainings. So many, we have especially some hundreds of modules we have developed on how to teach science, social science, reading and everything, isn't it? But the classroom teaching learning process has not been changed. Again, rote methods of learning still is in practice. What is rote methods of learning? Repetition, memorization, drill, isn't it? Cramming the information. So there is no much understanding it. These are the rote methods. And the teacher promotes this only. They will give notes. Now also I have seen many even university colleges also, even intermediate colleges also. Teachers dictate notes as if it is the material, isn't it? What nonsense is this? Okay, dictation, higher education also, isn't it? Who has to prepare notes? Students. How they have to prepare? If you ask certain questions, they have to go, refer, understand, develop, whatever they feel good, they have to make certain notes, they have to expand it. This should be the practice. It should be non-negotiable, isn't it? Discuss, deliberate. So the second challenge is this rote methods. Have you actually changed it to interactive learning? participative learning. What is active pedagogy? A pedagogy to open the minds of the children. Yashpal is the chairman of National Curriculum Framework 2005. He says that education to open the minds of the children. Open the minds. How you open the mind? Through questioning, through a space for dialogue, a space for discussion, not monologue. Monologue where teacher only speaks 40 minutes, lecture only speaks for 40 minutes. There must be a dialogue. There must be space, democratic classrooms where children are free to actually share, reflect. This should be the practice. Okay? So, how to open the minds of the children? He also said that you have to make richness in the minds of the children. Richness not in the packets. Okay? Richness of the mind, isn't it? Reflective thinking. NEP also, National Education Policy 2020 says in its vision, what is the purpose of education? Have you read the National Education? The first and foremost visionary sentence is, education, the purpose of education is to make good human beings. Isn't it? Education is not very much linked to livelihood. If you read, you will get this much of salary or this much of post. This is not the very purpose. The purpose is to make good human beings with some sort of reflective mind, reflective thought and action, with some love and compassion towards all kinds of lives on the earth. Compassion, love. Gandhiji says, character building is the basis for school education. People say, change the world by changing the school. School is the first place where you can change the world. Children are very sensible. They will be easily sensitized. That sensitization go lifelong. This is the second thing. Second challenge. Okay, rote methods. The third is, teachers teach as if entire knowledge is in the textbook only. Isn't it? Okay, they never go beyond the textbook. They have to connect the knowledge to the outside world, outside school. Isn't it? So go beyond the textbook, make relevance. Why you teach the topic? What is its relevance to the outside? Whatever outside knowledge only we are teaching, we are actually representing through to some extent in the textbooks. So how you actually relate your teaching to the real life outside the school? So this is the third challenge. And fourth challenge is, mostly teachers, education the nature of education must be holistic. Holistic, what is holistic in the sense? All round. All round development means it has cognitive impact. Cognitive development, your all 21st century skills. How to make children to think. Even 2005 says that curriculum framework, the first sentence says that the entire basis is make children for thought and expression. Thought and expression is the very important aspect. Have you promote this thought and expression? Cognitive skills, problem solving, your imagination, your creativity, your analysis, your synthesis, your justification, all 21st century skills is cognitive, isn't it? Thought, thinking aspect. These are 21st century skills or 21st century education or 21st century classrooms, whatever you say, isn't it? The second aspect is that socio-emotional skills. How to actually live together. Okay? How to actually do works in a cooperative way. How to help others. How to feel happy. Isn't it? So these are all socio-emotional aspects, your friendship, your collaboration, your living together, helping others, isn't it? Coping the emotions, be happy, sharing the things. These are the all socio-emotional aspects. This is the second aspect. Third is vocational and your skill development. Gandhiji says that the school education must give training in the work. If you go and see in Japan and China, the first 1 hour is that children will sweep their classrooms, sweep and keep the entire campus clean, the first 1 hour. They have to clean their toilets. They are using, they have to clean it. They have to clean their kitchens and everything they have to do it, isn't it? Then only starts with prayer, isn't it? Work. So in India, education moved away from the work now. Children also not doing work in the house. Parents also very aspirational. They said that no, you are not supposed to do any work. Your work is only to study. He just keep like that. He never reads, he never study also. They just keep the books in front of them, hours together. Hare, children has to do. Knowledge is experiential, isn't it? Okay? Doing work will develop some sort of values. Is it? Every parent must make children to work, all household work or other works also. They have to engage in their vocation also. So learn so much. This is the third aspect, the fourth challenge. And the fifth challenge is that, what is your inspection framework? Who is coming and observing how you teach and what you teach, what is happening in your classrooms? Isn't it? Years together, there is no any observation of classroom teaching. Somebody, some expert, some serious teacher, some principal should. Sir, namaste. Sir. No, sir. Sudhakar sir is my mentor, my guide. Okay? Wherever Sudhakar sir speaks, I will go. Definitely, I will attend his lecture. So, that is Sudhakar sir, isn't it? Wherever he speaks, I will go and I will attend simply. So, we will get inspiration. A teacher is a inspirer, isn't it? Okay? So that is the passion. My passion is to actually sit and listen to him. So Sudhakar is really our teacher and my mentor also. Okay. So this is the, and the third is that inspection framework. These are the 4 or 5 challenges. So because of which actually we are not getting the expected actually learning outcomes. This. When you speak about the pedagogy, how pedagogy matters, what areas it has to focus initially. I am pedagogically sound means what are the areas I should know for effective pedagogy. The first thing is that understanding the learner, isn't it? So pedagogy is simple also. People are making it more complex. Hare, simple love, concern, care towards the children, isn't it? Maintain dignity of the child in the classroom and provide some confidence that he will learn. This is not happening. On the other hand, you are not learning, you are very weak, your marks are very less. This part, the negative part, we are mostly focusing it on it. So love, care is central to the education. How parents care their children. No mother accepts that his child is dull, isn't it? Inactive. No mother accepts. Okay, the teacher belief system. Every child is potential. Every child learns, provided we provide some support. All are not alike. Some teachers, some children take more time, some more assistance, isn't it? So understand the child, understand the childhood first, isn't it? What children like, what children don't like, isn't it? Children like to move, children like to play, children like to listen situations, stories. Children want to move. They are energetic, enthusiastic. One famous writer, he wrote how schools systematically killing the creativity, undermine the potentiality of the children. Yeah, earlier, before school, they are very creative, isn't it? When they enter, then only they are becoming stupids, what people say, isn't it? Systematically killing the creativity, enthusiasm, energy also. So, love the child, care, believe that every child learn, understand, and even especially high schools, children entering from child to adolescence. What are the changes? What they like? Isn't it? So understand these are the two important aspects for a teacher to transact meaningfully or to get associated with the children. Relationships, touch the children, isn't it? Listen, some children come late, some children do not perform their assignments. Instead of scolding or punishment, ask him why they are unable to do that, isn't it? So that is the most important thing. How you connect to the children, isn't it? Okay. Once one teacher is telling on the other day, isn't it? So he is a classroom teacher, and in his school, one student is initially is very active, but nowadays he become very dull. And he is observing 4 or 5 days continuously, he is still dull. And he asks, what is happening nowadays? You are not very much active, not doing your assignment. And he said that, sir, ours is a family. My father is used to pull rickshaw. And recently we purchased an auto by getting a loan. And the other day it got an accident. And we are unable to repay the loan also. And my mother, my brother, everybody is unhappy. There is an unhappy situation in my family, sir. So that's why I am. Because the teacher is very much connected, isn't it? Then only he is able to respond, tell his story. Otherwise, the other teachers, no, he doesn't listen anything. And they only say, why you are not did your assignments, you are very late. Like that he will give some punishment, but some harsh words also he may use also. So open up. Children open up when you are very close to them. Okay, that is very much required before your education, isn't it? So this is the aspect of how you actually connect, how you provide confidence to the children, trust building, isn't it? Okay, children feel that you are. So your behavior, the teacher behavior impacts the children behavior also. We can say, isn't it? So it impacts. The next is pedagogy, not only but learning, how learning happens. The next aspect is how you understand learning, how children learn. Okay, so there are so many learning theories are there. Learning happens with thinking. In a thinking, if you cannot make children to think, learning never happens. Learning happens through process, learning tasks, some experiential learning methods. Learning happens with this. Learning happens with encouragement. So this is the process of learning. Make it experiential, some sort of project-based learning, some sort of case studies, some sort of field explorations, some sort of dialogue and discussion, where children has to participate in a democratic classrooms. Okay, learning environment also very important, isn't it? So your climate, your classroom. Nowadays, our classrooms are with benches, one after the other, just in the military where people sit one lane, the other lane. There's no space if I want to make some sort of group work. Learning spaces, flexible spaces are required now, isn't it? Not to fill with benches, chairs like this. Once they sit, they cannot move until and unless the long bell is given, isn't it? They have to sit for hours together. Though they want to go some washrooms, nothing like that, isn't it? Some sort of area. Now I have seen some international schools where there are some tables, 4 or 5 chairs for enable them to some sort of group work, isn't it? So ultimately the teacher, the teacher, it's not a job actually teaching. Teaching is a passion, isn't it? Passion to grow knowledge, to share knowledge. And it is enthusiasm of the teacher. It is energy of the teacher that makes your classroom vibrant, classroom climate vibrant. Enthusiasm. What is health? Healthy teacher means enthusiastic teacher, isn't it? I want to go to school, I have to go to school. You have to go to school, you want to go to school. Want to go to, have to go. Isn't it? Yedo povalle school kan gaadu. Isn't it? So that ultimately the energy, enthusiasm, isn't it? The joy of teaching also. If you are very much joyful teaching, your children will observe you. Definitely children will observe you, whether you are a good teacher, you are a passionate teacher, you are a very enthusiastic teacher, children will observe definitely. అబ్బా ఈ టీచర్ ఏంద్ర పెద్ద బోర్ అని కూడా అంటారు కొంతమందిని, isn't it? ఎప్పుడైపోతుంది ఈ క్లాస్ అని, isn't it? Okay, so this is so learning, how learning happens. Learning happens with participation, learning happens with dialogue. అదే ఫాలో ఫ్రే పెడగాజీ అప్రెస్లో చూడండి, డైలాగిక్ బేస్డ్ ఎడ్యుకేషన్, isn't it? For dialogue, for a develop critical consciousness, develop critical consciousness on various issues where children question the authority. Okay, question the oppressive practices. List out what are the oppressive practices in our school. There is oppression, lot of oppression. Children are at violence. Isn't there is a great violence on children in the name of examinations, in the name of completion of assignments, in the name of sitting hours together, in the name of only listening, not questioning. These are all oppressive practices, isn't it? How you do away with the oppressive practices? Okay, so the pedagogy actually has to focus on this learning environment, the learning aspect, and the other is that your goals, the purpose, your curricular goals. Nowadays, the teachers are very much focused on the textbooks only, not very much on the ideas of your goals, the purpose of education, the goals of your curriculum, especially subject specific curriculums, isn't it? So they never, these goals are never, mostly seldom, not alienated, not aligned with your pedagogy, your assessment, your curriculum, your textbooks, your pedagogy, your assessment. Some alignment. If I am teaching particular subject means not only that particular lesson, but I should have the ultimate goal, the academic standards, the purpose. We call in hidden curriculum. There will be nothing in the textbooks also, but teacher has to make the learning holistic. He has to speak values, characteristic, giving good examples, make children energetic. So many things are there for transaction. How to make good life, how to make minimalistic lifestyles. Nowadays people are talking about education for sustainable development, ESD, UNESCO, education for sustainable development. Now is unsustainable, now our life is. Our soil is polluted, production is decreasing day by day, isn't it? Rivers are polluted, we are taking polluted water, so much lead, everything is entering. Every 100 patients, there are 10 cancer patients are there now. Air is polluted. Delhi, even Hyderabad also, last time, less than 100, 300 it went to, just 10 days back. In Delhi, continuously 350. Isn't it? So this planet is really becoming uninhabitable now. It never, no more, if it, the human action continues like this, your planet never actually support life. But nobody actually thinking, right, is we have to sensitize the students now, the sustainable practices, lifestyles, how much carbon you are producing day by day, what is your carbon footprint, emissions, plantation, waste management, social issues of poverty, hunger. These are some of the areas or global issues which need to be transacted, integrated with your curriculum to make sense of your education. This is the most important thing. So these goals always you should have in your mind while you teaching. Okay, have you actually you are teaching, isn't it? So textbook also, nowadays what we are thinking is that really whether textbook is really necessary. Textbook is limiting both teaching and as well as learning also. In other countries when you see, there are no any textbooks, only they will give syllabus. Teacher has to prepare every year based on the syllabus, his own practice and everything. Children also, once they listen, they go refer different material from online or library, they develop their own notes, their own material also. Isn't it? It liberates. Textbook only confines to, it limits the learning. What I am feeling is that. Okay, so these pedagogy actually to focus the nature of the subject also, the epistemology of the subject, isn't it? Okay, know your learner, Know your learning, know your subject. What is the epistemology of science, epistemology of social sciences? How knowledge is produced? What are the methods of production of knowledge in that particular subject? So this you have to, nature of the subject is the more, science is different. Because of its nature, your teaching style also, teaching methods also need to be different. Social science is altogether different. Knowledge in language is something different again. So this epistemology, every teacher, if you're a science teacher, you should know this. Philosophy of science, epistemology of science, isn't it? Okay. What are the methods of production of knowledge? So this is about epistemological aspects. So these are 4 or 5 things. So make it the first. What I feel is that it is simple. Love the child. Provide some confidence to him. Provide some learning support. And have some, reduce first your teaching. Stop teaching what I am saying. First. Stop teaching. Isn't it? ఎందుకంటే చాలా హ్యాబిట్ అయిపోయింది మనకి. Isn't it? Okay. The moment you start speaking, majority they will, maybe in the present, but they will not be, it's a very much passive learning. Children will be outside your classrooms, physically those it. Okay. Love the child, care the child, understand the child, where their levels. Nowadays, people are much talking about neuroscience and education also. Yesterday, I am reading an article, how reading improves your brain, how reading improves your connection, neural connections, how reading improves your memory. So much is coming on neuroscience and education. How your affection, it affects your frontal lobe, your affection, your love, isn't it? How it actually makes learning more permanent, more effective. So lot of studies read that, okay, and think the future of education, okay. Imagine the future, okay. How you actually address these global issues, okay. So teacher, say your curriculum textbook developed 10 years back, but the contemporary issues you have to actually focus on it, okay. The future classrooms, 4O classrooms people are saying. AI is coming, technology integration, teaching learning processes. Yesterday, 3-4 months back, I went to a school in Uttar Pradesh. With the help of Niti Aayog, they are implementing personal assistive learning tools. I went into a classroom where actually the subject is suppose some division. Children will sit before the systems and there are problems on division. If his attempt is unable to solve the division, again that gives some problems on multiplication. If he is unable to do that, again it goes down, it stops where the children level. From that level, actually, they will provide some examples, some problems. Slowly, they immerse in that process and they learn. This is called personal assistive learning, PAL programs, isn't it? Because of integration of tech, that is also now happening, where in a multi-level classrooms, it is not possible to reach each and every child, where technology helps for this. So, it is important. And another important what I want to actually share you is that teacher is a student actually. Now, the habit of reading, referencing, passion to know, urge to know, isn't it? Teachers must develop this. Teacher must read, okay, be on at contemporary levels, what is happening elsewhere. When you read more, that actually goes to the children, your children will appreciate you, isn't it? Teacher never should become a routine, isn't it? Now it become routine now. School also become routine, nothing much without some activity, some guest lecture, some whole school activity, some community service, something like that. School always must be dynamic with different processes, but it is not happening, isn't it? Your children must appreciate you. They will appreciate you if you are different, isn't it? If you share. Will you make your children to wonder anytime? Wonder. Yes? Yeah, make that wonder, isn't it? So that leads to creativity. That is the inspiration. Okay? So really, I once again appreciate the management for this conducting this national seminar, especially selecting on the pedagogies. Thank you very much for inviting me for this session. Thank you.
On behalf of the management, faculty, participants, I extend a heartfelt gratitude to our esteemed chief guest, Professor N. Upendra Reddy Garu, for gracing this occasion and enriching the 5-day faculty development program. We are deeply thankful to you, sir. Your inspiring presence and insightful address have provided valuable perspectives on innovative pedagogical practices and reaffirmed the vital role of educators in shaping future-ready learners. As a token of gratitude and respect, we would like to felicitate Sir with a memento. I request our correspondent, Professor Dr. Sister Mary Kutti, to kindly come forward and felicitate Professor Upendra Reddy Garu. We are happy to have amongst us our keynote speaker for the next session, Professor V. Sudhakar Garu. I request our principal, Dr. Sister Antonia, to kindly come forward and honor Sir with a sapling. Thank you, sister. We will now take a short tea break. This break offers a moment for us to relax, refresh, and engage with informal interactions with fellow participants. We request all the participants to kindly reassemble here by 11:30. The students will be served tea and snacks in the open space behind the Sebemo Hall. All the participants from other schools and colleges will join us in Anand Bhavan. Thank you. Teaching through innovation with a special focus on 21st century skills and NEP aligned pedagogies is both timely and significant in the context of the evolving educational landscape. As educators, we are called upon to equip learners with critical thinking, creativity, collaboration, and digital competency while aligning our practices with the vision of national education policy. Before we listen to Sir, I now request our student, Mrs. Darshana Shah, to come forward and introduce Dr. Sudhakar to the audience.
A very warm and pleasant morning, respected sisters, dignitaries, guests, and all the participants. Welcome to St. Anne's College of Education Faculty Development Program 2026. St. Anne's College of Education joyfully celebrates 60 years of dedicated service, academic excellence, and value-based teacher education. On this auspicious occasion, it is my honor and privilege to welcome a distinguished academician and an inspiring mentor, Professor Sudhakar Venukapalli, to this faculty development program. Professor Sudhakar is currently the Chair Professor of Education at Chanakya University, Bengaluru, and an Honorary Professor at the Institute of Educational and Development Studies, New Delhi, Noida. He is also a member of the Indian Council of Philosophical Research, ICPR, and the National Council for Teacher Education, NCTE. He has served with distinction as Professor and Dean at the English and Foreign Language University, Hyderabad, and as Dean of the Faculty of Education at Osmania University. He has also contributed significantly to academic industry initiatives through his leadership roles at Wipro Technologies, Bengaluru. With doctoral degrees in education and psychology and postgraduate qualifications across physics, philosophy, psychology, and education, Professor Sudhakar brings a rare multidisciplinary perspective to education, spanning philosophy, psychology, language, and educational studies. Beyond academia, he has worked closely with World Bank, UNICEF, and DFID, and with organizations supporting children in difficult circumstances, reminding us that education is both a profession and a mission of service. A recipient of several prestigious honors, including the National Merit Scholarship, ICPR Fellowship, and the Award of Eminence in Teacher Education, his presence truly enriches this Diamond Jubilee celebration. With deep respect and gratitude, we extend a warm welcome to Professor Sudhakar Venukapalli.
Honorable principal and dignitaries and beautiful sisters of this great institution. When I come here, I go back to late 1870s, when this institution was established. There are many stories about St.Ann's institution, its social and intellectual legacy. I salute this great institution for making a lot of impact, significant impact on society. And thank you very much for giving this great opportunity, ma'am. This institution, I don't take much time, but has produced wonderful teachers. And the faculty here, we always rate them as number one. Their hard work, their sincerity, devotion, commitment to the profession, and all groomed by our great sisters. It's a great institution, no doubt about it. Friends, today it's a great opportunity for all of us, because this institution frequently creates space for all of us to think about substantial issues, very pertinent issues in the field of education. Today, the topic which was addressed by our chief guest, Professor Upendra Reddy sir, every word which he utters is a golden word. It has a lot of impact on our heart and mind. And all such emotional expressions of Professor Upendra Reddy has come from his experience, his engagement with students and various institutions across the country. And really we are very fortunate to have him as chief guest for this workshop. Friends, the way this particular workshop has been composed with the different wonderful sessions which you are going to experience. I'll be missing some of the sessions, but when I read the concept note and the brochure, I'm very much excited, very much relevant topics, very interesting topics they are going to debate and discuss. I don't have a big key with me, a very small key for keynote address. My request to all of you is, we will start thinking this entire, because it's a workshop, we should start thinking about education. Okay, that's very important. Friends, if you look at the policies at global level and at national level, there are so many things happening across the countries. And not only economy and social life, but also experiences in education have been undergoing significant change, transformation. We have roots in our Indian tradition, our own cultural tradition, our ethos, our culture, our heritage. But during colonial period, we have borrowed certain things from the West. And we have systematically institutionalized certain value systems in education. I think after this session, if you have any questions, please, if there's an interaction kind of session, and myself and Dr. Upendra Reddy would like to learn from all of you, from your questions, that would be better. You should ask some questions. Friends, if you look at the policy, the educational policies which are emerging, you need to critically read the policy. Not just collecting information. Certain policies are explicit, but certain policy is very, very hidden. Okay. So there are two aspects. You may find a document as a policy document, but behind the policy also there are certain things. This, as student of education, we should understand. Policy is a text, but policy also becomes a practice. You know? And if you just look at the kind of policies which are emerging in this country, there is a law. All these policies are driving us towards one point. Please understand this. Towards instrumentalization of education. The rationality which the policy works out, the practices works out, are driving us towards becoming an instrument, a mechanical. Education we are looking at as an economic space, as business space. This is a major shift which is happening, and it is happening very aggressively day by day. Okay, this is what we need to understand. Policies talk about skill development. Today that is the buzzword, everybody talks about skill development. And thinking about skill development has become natural to us. we also say that skill development is important. It has become so natural in our thinking that whatever the dominant forces, the market forces, which are influencing education, okay, and these forces are constructing our mindset, how to think about education. If you reflect on this, the purpose of this workshop is become successful. You see, what is education? What is the purpose of education? Which Professor Upendra Reddy sir has shared with us. That finer, subtle, delicate, human-making processes have disappeared in education. You know, pedagogy has been redefined. It has become so mechanical, we all know that. Because the policy is asking us to imitate in the logic of industry, the logic of management. This is the global trend, not just India. It is happening everywhere. Hospitals have become management sites now. When you go with a patient to a hospital, first the managers will sit with you to tell you what is the estimate. You know? Like that, even education is day by day, it is becoming managerial. You know, the kind of international schools, you know, and some vulgar private schools which have come into being. When you look at the sisters, how they devoted their life and created these wonderful institutions, are also disappearing because they have been marginalized today. So this we need to understand pedagogy. Understanding pedagogy, or the big words like horizons and all these things, if you want to understand, you have to go to the foundational questions. The purpose of education, which John Dewey, Mahatma Gandhi, and many others have raised about what is education, what is the purpose of education. Because we want teachers who can think about others, you know, that concern, that compassion, that love. These are all which in institutions like this, they always talk about it. And these things have been disappearing. This is a tragedy. So what is happening in our institutions, we need to go a little further. Technology has become a fashionable subject today. Even if you don't include in curriculum, then, you know, people think you are outdated. Technology, no doubt it is important. But we need to have a critique on technology, technological practices, technological policies. That is very important. Just let me go back to 17th century. Intellectual environment of 17th century. where science became an important intellectual enterprise. There are so many discoveries during that time, started in 16th, 17th, 18th centuries. And that shaped and changed the entire society and social life, human relations. Science made a radical impact on our life. And with the emergence of science, parallelly, industries have come into being. Industrial development, technological development, and different communities have come into being who were searching for profit always. They started producing capital, money. Industries have become very, very, dominant sites everywhere. Even today, 500 Fortune companies which are running the entire globe. Out of 500, maybe 10 or 12 companies are governing our life. These are all linked to education. Don't think that that is a different field. These are all are changing our mindset, our consciousness. That is very important to understand. The industries, the industrial, which has created management to govern the industry, new managerial aspects have come into being. How to manage, how to govern. That has become an independent discipline today, which you all know. These new developments have introduced a new way of looking at human being. Okay? This new way of looking at human being has entered into education also, as Bloom's taxonomy or behaviorism or as positivism. How to look at human being, how to think about future society, how to have our own vision of a new world. All these things have been shaped by these new ways of looking at, behavioristic way of looking at, positivistic way of looking at. All these things have come with certain rationality. Rationality, please try to understand when I am using the word rationality. Rationality is logic. Okay? Industries, they place before you a certain way, certain logic of efficiency, logic of performance, logic of objectivity. There is a rationality behind it, there is a logic behind it. These are the important notions which have come into being, and they have entered into education also. And we started looking at children, as Professor Upendra Reddy sir has mentioned, as a material object, as an object. Children have become objects. Not a subject. Because it is easy for us to regulate children's emotions if you consider child as an object. Because your assumption becomes that I can manipulate, I can control. If you have an object, you can control it, you can manipulate it, you can exercise power on it. See? So school sites, all schools as an institution have become power exercising places of education. The way we look at children, your gaze, the way you look at your glance, your gaze at children, itself it has become so managerial today. Try to understand the way you are looking at children. The way I am looking at you, that has also changed. Our observations have undergone change. Please understand this. Our eyes have undergone change. Mother looks at children so with grace, spirituality, sacredness. That kind of looking at children gone. If you are looking at children has disappeared, then how can you have a meaningful pedagogy? Because observation is the foundation. No? If I go a little further, I'm touching some aspects here and there. There is a lot of all regulatory bodies talk about outcome-based education. Outcomes are important in education. What child produces is important. This is what behaviorism, industrialism, the global market talks about what you have produced, shows. Outcomes have become important. Children's performance has become important. How a child performs. But what child is? What is that being? What is that isness? What that child, that we don't care because that is not in the industry model. Because student has become as a commodity. Education has become a commodity today. Commodification. Because the way you all know, the people collect fee and, in different institutions. All private universities, big universities. The place where I work at Chanakya University, which is very close to the airport, now 11 universities are coming up, private universities, all big, including 2 international universities. What is going to happen to this country? Education has become a commodity because they collect the fee which we cannot imagine. So friends, outcome-based education, we need to think seriously when you are thinking about pedagogy. Sir has mentioned in his lecture that processes are very important. But we don't give importance to the processes, the cultural formation of student. That's important. That samskara, how he has to become so cultured. In many forums I say that we have forgotten religion. Religion has become just ritual for most of us. But every religion has its intellectual backup, the history. We need to unfold it. It gives lot of metaphysical ideas, insights, how to think, how to become human. Every religion talks about it. But unfortunately, this religion, we bracketed out. We have deleted from our day-to-day study. Pedagogy, friends, there is some kind of, in pedagogical processes which we are thinking about it, there is a lot of objectification. Objectification, I mean here, we always want to measure, test. What children experience, you cannot test with your so-called instruments. Mother experiences children. How children think, mother experiences. As a teacher, can we do that? Because they are all our children. Mother's child relationship is so natural, so spiritual, so sacred, that should become the foundation for our pedagogical systems. What I feel. That is the concern which Professor Upendra Reddy sir has mentioned. That should become the foundation. You may say that, this is all critical way of looking at it, but what is the alternative? When famous literary critic, you might have heard, Jacques Derrida, a French philosopher. When he wrote lots of things on deconstruction, literature students might know about Derrida here. Then always, if you are deconstructing, where is the question of constructing? Someone asked him. Then his response was, deconstruction itself is a construction. You are constructing it. So we need teacher educators or students of education who can think critically. That criticality should become as an important component in teacher education. But that is not happening. One reason for why this is not happening, why we are not becoming critical, there are multiple reasons, but I have a couple of reasons to share it with you. We are not becoming critical even in our teacher education institution. B.Ed colleges means people look at, oh, you are doing B.Ed. You see, that mindset. Are you doing B.Ed? Oh, he is doing B.Ed. Oh, he is doing MBA. You see, the way people express, Why? Because we have not made significant contribution to society. That is the reason. We have become so habituated with our day-to-day routines, classroom pedagogical practices, so routine, so with templates, so tables, columns, okay, Bloom's taxonomy, whatnot, day-to-day routines. They have become have entered into our mind and constructed our thinking and consciousness. So we think like that. So we are not becoming critical. So criticality, that we need to learn. For that, Sir has mentioned one important point, that is reading. Reading is disappearing. How much you can read on mobile? That is the trend which is happening. Reading a novel, a story. When I was in school, my mother forced me to read Sharat novels, Tagore novels, Bankim novels. All Bengali literature in Telugu I read when I was in school. That culture was there. My mother, she did not go to school, because she was never allowed to go to school. Only she learnt from her brothers, but they were voracious readers. At home they used to read. Even simple magazines students are not reading today. Right? Because literature is the source. It is a very rich resource which gives lot of insights to us. Famous economist Martha Nussbaum talks about the significance of literature in education and in human making. If that disappears, everything gone. Because the life of our mother itself is a literary. You see, you observe her from day one to entire night, throughout her life. It is a literary text. Her life itself is a literary text. Famous feminist scholars like Judith Butler, in their writings you find some of these things. Toni Morrison's, Mahashweta Devi, there are so many people who have documented some of these things. Literature and language, the very vital aspects in every discipline of knowledge. In every discipline, that gives you some intellectual insights, creative insights. Somehow we are not going beyond this measurement, testing, the so-called mechanical observations, even in teacher education institutions. This is all of you should think seriously about these things. The kind of violence which happens, pedagogical violence, when you talk about, if you don't teach children in their own language, that itself is a big crime. If children don't learn the foundational concepts in their own mother tongue, that itself is gone. That is a very big issue, no? The language, multilingualism, Somehow, in our education institutions, we are giving very less importance to theory. Theory in literature is embedded with theoretical notions. Sri Aurobindo's Savitri. You take any philosopher, the way they write, there are a lot of pregnant ideas in their texts. So as a student, you need to engage creatively with these texts. Because pedagogy is a discourse. That's why we say pedagogical discourse. Pedagogical discourse, I mean here, it is rooted in certain fundamental, foundational concepts, assumptions. Beliefs. What are your foundational beliefs about learner, student? I mentioned in many forums that a beautiful students are so beautiful because they are God-given gifts to all of us. These children, so beautiful in their emotions, in their whatnot, expressions, have been reduced to learner, the term word learner. I hate that word learner, somehow. So mechanical, that word. You look at any intellectual traditions across the world, there is no word called learner. Learner has come into being in the 18th, 19th century, along with its industry and the modernism. Unfortunately, psychology did a lot of injustice. It has been doing a lot of injustice to education by introducing all such terms into the discourse of education. Psychologists, mostly they use this word, learner, learner, learner. When you say learner, the semantic meaning, the potential of the word, it restricts you. He is not learning. He cannot learn. These are the things which we utter in our day-to-day discourse. Every child is unique. Every child has his own way of looking at the world, looking at a discipline. But when you say learner, the concept itself is construed in terms of certain expectations. Are you a learner? According to my expectations, you are a learner, you are not a learner. So my expectations are entering into your notion of the learner. This you need to understand. Because, when you try to produce knowledge, what happens in production of knowledge, we try to define, we try to conceptualize, we try to categorize. And this conceptualization, categorization, classification, These are all are different forms of violent behavior. They are all closures. You might have attended some funerals. Your relatives might have, all of us, we attend some funerals as a part of our life. People go. You might have experienced some moment when you are attending a funeral, a glimpse that what is this? That disappears immediately when you come out. But remember me, that glimpse which you see when your close relatives have passed away, you feel, what is this creation? What is happening? What is this? That moment is the reality. We are looking at, when you are looking at the world, when you are looking at the phenomenal world, this world is what you experience. And your experience itself is defined. Your sensory organs are defined. Your vision is defined, hearing is defined. Everything is in a certain range. Beyond this, you cannot experience. Famous German philosopher Immanuel Kant talks about phenomenal world and nominal world. Phenomenal world is what you have been experiencing. This fan is revolving, this fan is not revolving. This is all phenomenal world. This is a workshop. What not? Phenomenal world. What is happening? Occurrence. But what is not occurring, what is not, it is beyond our sensory organs. What you are experiencing, you can represent. And we think that what we can represent, that is knowledge. But what is there beyond representation? That we don't. For that, you need to realize that aspect. You need different kind of discourse. That is the reason religion comes into the picture of pedagogy. As a teacher, if I want to experience student, I have to learn lots of things from the religion. Otherwise, that's not possible. Because I can go deep into that engagement and connect with my student. That connection, that we call it as relational epistemology. When you connect with all different consciousness, all divine beings, that's very important in pedagogy, foundations pedagogy. That's why repeatedly Professor Upendra Reddy has mentioned the love for children, that connection, emotional. I don't say emotions because it is beyond that, very deep, very deep. That kind of connection is very important. So think seriously about learner. Think seriously about your own engagement, your observations. And to continue, the theory is very, very important. Okay? As human beings, all of us, we try to theorize. The theory directs our practice. Theory gives you, how to look at the world. So unfortunately, we left theory somewhere John Dewey we don't read. When I was student, my professors used to tell me that you should read this book, that book, classics. But classics have disappeared, you know. So how do you build a pedagogy, a meaningful pedagogy? You know, how do you construct pedagogy without the foundations of these relations? You know, there are lots of aspects like this which you need to think seriously. And friends, you all know that what is happening here is because of the market. Market is driving all of us every day. Please remember that. We have become consumers. Consumption is an important category in education now. Lot of material is available on internet, Google. And now AI enabled Google, Gemini AI, you all know different tools which are in market. All these tools, AI tools, when you are attending workshops, which many organizations have been conducting, all these tools are going to introduce you to new data, new information. And you try to consume that. You become consumer. It's not just merely children consuming kurkure, you know, all such entire food industry which you all know. I'm not talking about that consumption. Talking about the intellectual consumption. The so-called intellectual consumption, we have become consumers. And somebody will tell you there are 100 more sites which you need to browse. Where is the limit? There is a conspiracy which is going on. Sir has also mentioned another important point, decontextualizing education. When you start browsing this data, you won't be realizing what is the context, cultural context, what is the context of the children. You see, these are all coming under very important aspects. Consumption. And when you are browsing, entire your behavior is tracked by the companies. What you are browsing, how you are thinking is also entering into the database. Because while browsing, so many advertisements also come in being. I also look into that. Lots of things, Instagram, Facebook, social media, whatnot. It has become a part of our life now, you know, the entire space. Not only data you are consuming, but also you are contributing. You know, when you are browsing, you are also contributing, generating data for companies, corporate world. Your entire data is with them. There are hidden cameras in laptops and mobiles, which most of us are not aware of. And how you are looking at your mobile is also tracked. When you are sending love signals to your beloveds, that is also captured. Everything, there is no safety, no privacy, nothing. These corporates are entering into your private life. Private is becoming public today. And our children are entering into education. So what kind of pedagogy? Because pedagogy, we always say that technology enabled education. What do you mean by technology enabled education? We need to think. Start thinking about all these things when you're thinking about pedagogy. Data science has come into being. You know, data science, it was not there before 4 years, I think. It was not there. Before COVID, I have not seen this data science. Because from COVID, after post-COVID, it has become an important discipline of study now. Because all big companies, they want specialists who can manage data. You know? Because when you have the data, you can regulate, you can control, you can govern people. This is what. So friends, education is such a space, you know. I don't know what direction this space is moving, because you all know that astronomical world, the entire cosmic world, scientists have discovered that it is expanding. Education is also expanding. Where are we? New innovations, when you talk about innovations, if all technology-driven innovations, AI-driven innovations, technology, AI should enable us to imagine about my people, my country, well-being of my people, you know. But for market interests, how it is getting transformed. So we need to be very, very critical about this. So how new policies of AI are coming into being. Most of you know more than me about all these things. So pedagogy is not technical, you know. This is not just set of rules. It is not like a disco dance, you know. It's not like that, not certain steps in certain order. Always it comes with some culture, certain ethos, you know, some ideas. So how to become sensitive to my culture, my history, my roots, my religion? I need to understand, you know. How can I become so sensitive to embrace my children? That's the point. That kind of consciousness is very important in pedagogy. Okay, friends, I have done a lot of work, but I could present very few. You know, in pedagogy, you need to give importance to cultural capital, social capital. You know, make children as a social beings. You know. I need a pedagogy, you know, in this country As a pedagogue, I must think in terms of empathy. That empathetic attitude is a very important. I have to place myself in the student and think in terms of how a student can think. That empathetic attitude. It's very easy to say this, but practice is very difficult. You know? It's not easy. Pedagogy should lead to human development. Ultimately, when you are thinking about pedagogy, any innovation you make, any new practices you design, ultimately it should move towards humanization, human making process, becoming human. If that misses, for that purpose you need to learn, different stories. You have a wonderful session, coming up session in storytelling. I say, as a teacher, your identity itself can be narrated in terms of stories. My identity can be narrated in terms of stories. Every one of us, we have lots of stories. And these stories we need to share. That's very important in the classroom. Because every story has a lot of insights. Just if you unfold it, why we need to think about stories here is because stories mostly, the foundations of stories are morality and ethics. That should be the foundation part of your pedagogy. Because pedagogy is a moral practice. It is an ethical enterprise. It's not just intellectual, not just epistemological, what is true, what is not true. It is not that. It is a becoming. So when you measure only outcomes, learning outcomes, learning objectives, what, blah, 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 so many things we write. But pedagogy should consider how to make you something, being, your being, what you are. This is what Amartya Sen talks about, in his capability approach. We have to make children capable. Capability is very important. Capable is not expressing, producing something. How you are looking at your mother, your family, your people, how you are thinking about the well-being of others. Such kind of things, human element should enter into pedagogical enterprise at every stage. So friends, let us be critical about the technologization of pedagogical processes. Technology has become inevitable today. But how can we make, when we are using technology, how can you make your environment more humane? That we need to think about it. So I will stop it here, and if you have any observations, your sharing of your experiences, because this is a workshop. It is a workshop, not a seminar. Seminar come workshop. So you can think about it. You can share your experiences, and myself and Professor Upendra Diyar, we will enjoy your responses. Ruma, madam, this horizons is your word, I think. Except that I talked everything, I think.
Celebrations were wonderful.
idealistic approach is really very difficult. We are finding it very difficult to bring that human element in each and every individual. Should they give us some idea or some way how we can bring in that human feelings in the learners? Then we will be really great.
Maybe that will be in next session, I think. Yeah, that's what I did is how to become critical. Criticality is itself is a very important component in pedagogy, because we should not take things as it is. You need to question our fundamental assumptions, beliefs. Pedagogy is philosophy. We should not forget this. Doing pedagogy is doing philosophy. You need to become philosophical. You need to question. You need to raise moral questions, ethical questions, epistemological questions. Okay? All. To become a good pedagogue, you need to become a good philosopher. Otherwise, it's not possible. No? Because your vision of education, that is very important. No? I think there are so many practices which we can. It starts with, how do you build a relation with students? How do you look at our students? This is not happening. The moment I read 10 books and I know little, then I think that I am something. This kind of idea itself is, it alienates me from my own students. It creates a kind of binary between me and my student. It creates a kind of hierarchy with my student. So this hierarchization, these binaries you need to eliminate. That is the best practice, How much we know in this world. In Google, if you type one thing, millions of pages are appearing. What I am reading? Maybe I may read 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, but there are millions of pages on that particular topic. What kind of teacher I am? So, knowledge is limitless. If I think that I read some pages and I think I am competent, I am something different, I become arrogant. As generally teachers, we all become arrogant, in one way or other. In classrooms, we show our arrogance. It's very difficult to come down to the level of student. This happens with everyone, with me and everyone. It happens. So that personality transformation is very important for pedagogy. Reflect our self. The self, what is your self? How your self is constructed? Your self is, market is constructing yourself today. The outside world, there are so many forces which are constructing yourself today. But God has given you some kind of soul. With the soul you need to touch the other soul. That is very important. No? It doesn't happen, but that should become the foundation for pedagogy and education. I don't know, because it's a very complex question, because different practices.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Of course, modeling the behavior is first step to it. So as teachers, we need to actually be modeling the behavior what we expect from the learners.
Because they have been listening to my lectures, so all repetition, they say, think that,
Your every speech of yours is a very different illumination. It's just beyond what we can think of. I have always told you.
every sentence that you spoke was just going beyond what we are thinking. So it's really contributed a lot, exceptionally in fact, and bringing it to pedagogies may be challenging, but we can do it. We
Yeah.
can do it.
A principal has given us good opportunity for all of us to think. Yeah. We want couple of responses. Experience sharing, if you have any, anyone would like to respond. Generally, statistically, if you have 100 students, then at least 2 persons will respond. This is statistical truth. Yeah, Bayesian statistics. Yeah. What, sir? Yeah, she's asking, I think. You're asking one? She's scared. Sir, anything you want to add some value to? We have till. They need not ask question. They can share their thoughts. Yes, yes. So this silence, not asking, yes, correct. Please. Let's please switch on.
My question is related regarding present time situations, sir, like how to get distractions from screen time towards children. So mostly we are facing a huge, like at our homes also, instead of playing out, they are more attracted to gadgets or phones or, so what's your, like, what can you suggest as the best?
What is your answer to that question?
Like, however, we are involving them in other kind of, what do you say, activities or sometime, they want that screen time particularly.
Hello. And we experienced in this regard, when you expose children to the reading habit, make them as independent readers, or give very good children literature, where children engage with books rather than social media, isn't it? Even parents also, because they are engaged in some other work, so they give mobile. Even a 2-year child also, he never eat anything without this. That actually, this is the only thing is that how you make early years towards reading stories, literature. Okay, that is the only way where we can make away from social media. Okay, and even your up to 5th class or even upper primary also, don't encourage students to do their projects and other work through your internet, these things. Okay, let them produce, let them document their own ideas and observations, isn't it?
And many countries now started banning these mobiles. Particularly in schools, they're banning now.
The thing is that first you should read the books first. Then automatically your students will start reading also. When you read a book, you will generally interact, you will introduce that book, you will say something good things about the book also. So naturally children will go and refer the books. So unless you never become a reader, your children never become readers, okay? Good readers. Okay? Read yourself first. Reading habits.
That's a good suggestion what sir has sent to all of us, Good. Very good question. So teachers can, like Ruma, some other teachers can also respond, please.
Sir, we would like to listen a little bit about the cultural capital by Bordeaux, the philosopher.
She is asking question. I am requesting you all to share experiences, but anyhow. Yeah.
That is what even I was thinking that I should implement that in my students instead of making them assess in what I teach, rather assess them in what they know. So I think that would be better. And the second one is to create wonders in the classroom. That wonder need to be there only when we give them something which they don't know. When we teach them something which they don't know, which they are interested in. So these are the two takeaways that I have learned for today. Thank you very much, sir.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah. Yeah. Before that, you see, pedagogy, when you think about pedagogy, when you look at a student, all of us look at student as an individual. Follow me, what I'm saying. We look at student as an individual. If that student commits a wrong, we all think that he is responsible for that wrongness. If student fails in a particular subject, we all assume that he is responsible for that failure. Are you following me? This is individualistic way of looking at the child. So pedagogical foundation should not be based on this kind of view. Because today, market is moving us towards hyper-individualism. Children are becoming so arrogant today, if you just take away your mobile, they never listen to you. You know? So they are becoming so individual, they want privacy always with the mobile. We are all becoming like that. There is a lot of danger involved in this kind of becoming. We are becoming hyper individuals. And the system, see, when you start thinking that student is responsible for his failure, actually why I am saying this is, this idea of individualism has come from neoliberal economy. Okay, I don't enter into that, but the discourse is, it has given us that idea of individual. When state was controlling the market, then some people have come into picture and they said, we individuals, you give freedom to some individuals. Individuals should have freedom to produce money, to make profit. So, in the history, it happened that this, from liberalism, neoliberalism, the market economy has come into being. And some individuals emerged, Adani, some people you all know that some individuals have emerged. Individualism, because they have freedom to earn money. That way of understanding individual. Who is responsible? Adani is efficient to make money, generate money. Our thinking goes like that, associated with that. Because he is an individual. Individual, when you are giving freedom, he can make money, he can make profits. But friends, children are not individuals. We are not individuals. We are all social beings, cultural beings. When some student is failed in mathematics, he is not responsible. We are all responsible. The system is responsible. The environment is responsible. The culture is responsible. That we need to understand. The failure and not success, these are the words which most of us we use. They're all limited notions. Children are beyond that. There is a government, there is a contract, there is a constitution, there is an education policy which determines what is success and not success. Always that. But the moment I feel that this child is not learning something, I am responsible for that. That kind of connection should become the foundation for pedagogy. So somehow that individualistic way of looking at the world need to get changed. Children are not responsible for their actions. The culture is responsible for it. The society is responsible for it. This is very important particularly when you are addressing the pedagogical needs of marginalized, oppressed children. That's very, very important. You see, children, when you think about children, what is my wealth? My wealth is the relations which I have built across. So many friends I have. I have relations with a number of institutions. So this relationship which I built over a period of time has become a capital. I have learned a lot of samskara from different institutions, different geographies where I am interacting. I have an opportunity to go. Now I go from Kashmir to Kanyakumari. I have an opportunity to go. I have built relations across universities and institutions. I have a lot of cultural capital, social capital with me. Okay? That's very important in education. If children are deprived of this, okay, when children are not allowed to speak to other child in the class, when there is a commotion in the class, when there is a enjoyment, joyful moments in the class, as teachers we don't tolerate, no? We want to be silent, shut up, there is a new language we use. But how can they establish relations? Children are divine, that is the reason they dance. Osho talks about it beautifully. Dance is this is the existential way of expressing. You express yourself through music, through dance, through art. But unfortunately, some of these things have not there in pedagogy. So when you talk about social capital, cultural capital, these are all very important for building capabilities of children. That's very important. So all of you, even now, build relations with others. That will be your strength. Learn lots of things. If children are deprived, then they cannot go. That's why children who are in villages, for example, they are deprived of many things. Okay, in one way of looking at. one way of looking at. And we compare children from rural areas with children affluent sections and urban sections who are exposed to all visuals, visual literacy, whatnot, blah, 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 blah. And this comparison is a market idea, comparing this product and that product, we compare, na? Product comparison, product evaluation, quality control, accreditation, all these words have come from market, And unfortunately, we are borrowing all these things to education. Because our life will be very comfortable. Because we need not study, we need not read, we need not engage. All things become objects. Okay. So, you know very well about body. Thank you very much for giving this great opportunity. Wonderful audience. And I wish you all the best. And I thank Madam Principal and esteemed faculty for giving me this great opportunity to me. Thank you very much.
Respected dignitaries, honored guests, esteemed faculty members, dear students, good afternoon. On behalf of St. Anne's College of Education, it is my privilege to propose the vote of thanks on this significant occasion. We are truly honored to have had with us Professor V. Sudhakar, a scholar whose academic excellence and educational leadership continue to inspire institutions across the country. Sir, we express our heartfelt gratitude for your thought-provoking keynote addressing on reimagining teaching through innovation, 21st century skills, and NEP-aligned pedagogy. Your insights remind us that teaching today goes beyond textbooks. It is about nurturing creativity, reading, empathy, critical thinking, problem solving, collaboration, and values in alignment with the vision of national education policy. You beautifully connected theory, research, and classroom practice, giving us a direction for transforming education to meet the modern learners. We sincerely thank you, sir, for your insights on changing landscape of educational policies and practices. Your reflection on how policy moves from text to practice, often pushing education towards skill development, was eye-opening. The reminder that pedagogy must not become mechanical, with an industrial logic, was deeply thought-provoking. Your spirit of lifelong learning and call for teachers to lead with compassion truly inspires us, reminding us that our observations have undergone change to becoming outcome-based, has become priority currently than who the child is. It has also called us to reflect that the foundation of pedagogy should imitate the relationship of a mother and a child, honing our history, our roots, and our culture. The term learner constricts to the certain expectations. Thank you, sir, for redefining the term today. Your vast experience in education, philosophy, psychology, and teacher education, along with your contributions to national and international institutions, made your address deeply enriching, relevant for us all as educators and future teachers. Thank you, sir, for your guiding wisdom, inspiring us to rethink our role as facilitators of learning in the 21st century, where pedagogy should lead us to human development. With gratitude to everyone present here, I conclude. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. We are delighted to felicitate our esteemed keynote speaker, Professor V. Sudhakar sir, for his insightful session. I now request our principal, Dr. Sister Antonia, to felicitate sir with a memento. We would like to inform all the participants and all the dignitaries that in the Einstein Hall, which is on my right hand side, few exhibits of all methodology related innovative pedagogies like charts and models have been displayed. We request the dignitaries to kindly visit those classrooms before leaving, and all the participants too. We now break for lunch. We invite all the participants to kindly join us for lunch and reassemble here for the post-lunch session by 2 o'clock. Thank you.
Understanding the history based on evidence, not based on assumptions, with their values, not the present day values. So we are using reading resources like the primary and secondary resources, then our assumptions and the historical detective games, think, pair and share, field visits, primary source, we analyzing tools like primary sources, secondary sources, graphic, organizer and chat. Thank you. Students access into these skills like this is it national freedom movement from 1818 to till 1885 to till 1990. Students will learn all these skills. These skills are interrelated to each other. These are the causes. Like in the national freedom movement from 1885 to till 1990. Students learn about the critical thinking and causes and effect about this causation. Chronological thinking. This is a theory part, sir. So this is a theory part and that is a practical part with the examples. Taking one issue. One, yes. Based on one issue, you are doing all. This is yes, this is just a theory. The contextualization, it talks about how leaders had different viewpoints and how students can understand those viewpoints and they respect them. These are the ideologies.
What is the context you are talking about?
Yes, during that time, how many leaders have had different ideologies that students can understand and that they can.
Why the movement arises?
Yes.
What is the context? In which context actually?
Yes.
Hardships then.
Yes, and what is the came about
Support for all these things?
Yes, we are incorporating
language.
yes, language English. So the 8 things from the textbook, we are connecting.
And the selected theme topic is policy. So, why do we need multiple ingredients? Because in the classroom, all members are not doesn't learn in the same way. Some are better in listening, which is auditory. Some don't see, which is and others is they may not write a poem or write a essay, or they may not get involved in. So, if a learner is if a learner is good in writing poem, the teacher may ask them to write a poem, which is linguistic. So the linguistic.
Have you tried out any modern concept issue which is more effective in India?
Interpersonal. Some are very in working in group, but others need encouragement to work in group, and they are shy and they are introverted. So they may need encouragement to work in group. And maybe it's and the other is due to their interest. So for logical, when we're looking at ecosystem, for logical we can ask why certain animals grow in certain places. So that is a logical question where they ask themselves, they have long eyelashes. So that triggers the child to be more logical. And also verbally, since we are also talking about adaptation, they also learn about different verbal languages. Each ecosystem has its own meaning, its own sound. So when we how nature in its own self uses sound in terms of birds chirping, in terms of the waves producing sound in the ocean, all of this triggers the child to understand ecosystem.
Literacy as per the vision of the National Education Policy. To guide us through this insightful session on future-ready classrooms, we are privileged to have an eminent resource person whose expertise and experience will enrich our understanding of innovative and learner-centered pedagogies. She is none other than Dr. M. Vanaja, Dean, School of Education and Training, Maulana Azad National Urdu University, Hyderabad. I now request our B.Ed student, Ms. Kalpana, to introduce Vanaja ma'am to the gathering.
A very good afternoon to respected dignitaries, esteemed resource person, distinguished faculty members, honored guests, and dear students. It is my proud privilege to welcome you all to today's session on future-ready classroom pedagogies. We are truly honored to have with us a distinguished academician, administrator, and mentor, Professor Vanaja M., Dean, School of Education and Training, Maulana Azad National Urdu University, Hyderabad. With more than 33 years of rich experience in teaching, research, and academic administration, She is a towering presence in the field of education. Professor Vanaja holds eminent academic qualifications including MSc Ed Physics, MA Sociology, MEd and PhD in Education. Ma'am has contributed significantly to academic leadership and policy making as a member of prestigious bodies such as the Executive Council of Maulana Azad National Urdu University and the Southern Regional Committee of NCTE. Ma'am is a prolific scholar with 56 publications, including 21 books, 10 book chapters, and 25 research papers. As a committed research guide, she has successfully guided 16 PhD scholars, 19 MPhil scholars, and nearly 90 MEd students. Ma'am has actively presented papers at international, national, and state level seminars and conferences and has delivered several lectures as a resource person, contributing immensely to professional development in education. Her presence today to address us on future-ready classroom pedagogies is both timely and inspiring as it perfectly resonates with the theme of our FDP. We feel truly privileged to have her with us. I request you all to join me in extending a warm and respectful welcome to Professor Vanaja M. Ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, Kalpana. At this moment, we would like to honor Dr. M. Vanaja Ma'am with a sapling. I request our principal, Dr. Sister Antonia, to come forward and honor Madam with a sapling. We welcome you, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everybody. Yeah, this is something nostalgic because when I come here, I am taken back to the days like you are, the one sitting at the back, because my first visit to St.Ann's College was way back in, if I remember right, it was 98 or before that. As a young scholar, I came here and presented a paper, and then after that you're seeing where I have reached to, but that's hard work. And yes, I would also say that sisters, Sister Merlin, and there was another sister from St. Joseph B.Ed College in Guntur, Sister Teresamma. These are two people who have really pushed me when I was really low. And so I sometimes, when I come here, I am really emotional because it was almost like I was giving up teaching career and going away. And Sister Merlin said, no, if you know her, no, you have to continue, you will do. And you will succeed. And then I went back to Guntur and I told Sister Teresa also I am leaving. And she said, no, just wait, child. God has plans for you, wait. And I think they were right. They knew God's plan and they were. So let me thank all of these people, including my family, everybody who made me stand here today. So if you say I am a role model for you, yes, you take it, hard work pays. Definitely it pays, but time, it will take some time. So coming back to what I was asked to talk on, reforms, yes, or future ready classrooms, yes. So future ready classrooms means what? So recently I was talking to some people about Gen Z learners. Yeah? I don't know what generation you will call me. Yeah? And I am talking to you about Gen Z learners. I am telling you to be ready for Gen Z or maybe even the next Zen Alpha, who will you be in with you? And I am from, I don't know, whatever you want to say, millennial or even not even millennial, even before. Born in the 60s. So I don't know how relevant I will be with you. But yes, I am looking at the world around. I am seeing what it is. And then I am trying to see how can I adjust with them. So it is a definite adjustment for you also, because you will be going into the next generation people and you are learning from 2 generations before people. So that adjustment you have to do. And what will be the future ready classrooms? Yeah. Before that, this is definitely every time I make a confession, I don't have answers, I have experiences. And probably some of my experiences I will try to share with you, so that in the next 1 hour, little of my experiences I might be able to share it with you. Let me just ask you a question. How has the world changed? Here there are 2-3 generations of people. So how has this world changed? How was it when you were in school, and how is it today? So if I say, how was the communication then? How was the jobs then? What was teaching, learning? And how has education changed? When you were in school and now when you are here sitting in front of me. Just think, or anyone wants to tell me how communication has changed? Land phone? From land phone, what do we have now? Smartphone. You have moved from there. Right, then next, jobs. Work from home, very good. You have seen the change. So, thanks to pollution in Delhi and COVID-19, now you have work from school, work from home for school also. Children also at home, and which I, as I said, would have never believed in my life that is possible. Yes, COVID later on, and now I know I can teach online, I can teach from home, I can also work from home. So that is a possibility, an alternative thing. So this is, we have to be ready for the future, where we will be thinking of blended classrooms, where we will be thinking of different types of classrooms other than what we are having here. Right? Then what about our jobs? My generation, when we were in school, if you asked us what will you become, I think we had an option of less than 10 in our minds. Not even 10. 5, 6 only were our options. And today? Startups, only startups. Entrepreneurs, then? N number of jobs. There are so many jobs available. Teaching, learning, as I said, we will go through it. And then education has seen a sea change. What we believed was education is not what we see today as education. There is complete change. So I have put it in terms of some pictures for you. So communication on top. So whether it's your Netflix, whether it's, I don't want to be brand ambassadors for some companies, yet we know how many possible channels you have. Do you know the channels we used to get? That too when we were a little older. There used to be Doordarshan, just 1 hour. And we would very religiously watch the half an hour program given for farmers, agriculture also. That half an hour also we used to sit in front of TV, because that was the only visual medium available. Then there used to be one Hindi serial which used to come. I think it was Bunyad, or before that one more. Hum Log, yes. We would watch that. Then came a few Telugu serials. One at 4:30, I think. Ruturagalu, where all my teacher friends, by then I had become a teacher in St. Joseph, so they used to run home to see 4:30 Ruturagalu. So this was what we had, and today I don't even know the number of channels. I don't even have access to all those also, because we don't have the time to sit in front of it. So it has changed. Communication, yes. From the king's days of Kabutar Ja Ja Ja, today it's all on your fingertips, right? So there used to be whole body massages to be given, and today when I go, I'm given only for my hands. They say, do that, it is enough, ma'am, because you are only working on your hands, other part of the body is taking rest. So your whatever massage has to be given, it has to be given for your hands. Stop working on your mobile, stop working on your laptop. So from there, jobs. Yes, when somebody said influencer is a job a few years back, I said, wo kya hota hai? Now I know what it is. So it's a job which is being paid. You know, you get well, you get and make enough money. So that's how you have. So YouTubers are there who are making more money than most of us are doing. Yes, options are more. The whole world is there if you want to look at it. And the last, when I or my friends here would say I am going to play football to my mother, it meant I am going to put on my shoes, my dress, take a football and go out. Today if I say I am playing football, it could be right in front of in front of what? In a gadget. And you will play football also there, we will play cricket also there, we can play everything there. But when I said I want to play, I meant I want to go out. No, you can't go out, sit inside and play indoor game. You play Ludo, you play. So if I say Ludo now, a nephew of mine opened his tab and said, here is Ludo, let's play. I said, what? We'll play here. Click. First you click, then I will click. I said, okay, I never knew Ludo can be played like that. For me, Ludo is take your dice, throw it down and then put 1, 2, 3, 4. It made sense. Now he says move. Move this, move the mouse, it will go and sit where it has to sit. So it was a different experience, but world is definitely changing. So continuing with education, then and now, all my work was on blackboard. Today I am standing in front of you with a camera and a screen and all this. Otherwise, probably next generation I will be doing here and I will be able to see what I am moving also when you get an interactive board. So that's going to be the future. And then the days when my toy got spoiled, I definitely know it. I used to have a key toy, so it doesn't work. I would go to my dad and say, it's not working, and then he would either change the battery and do it. And today the reverse is happening. Then I went to my dad to ask for a battery. Today I go to the next generation to ask them, beta isko kaise karna sikhao. How do I do this? I am not able to do this, that. Move from one portal to another portal, whether it is kids at home or the young scholars who are one of them who is sitting here, they are the ones who will tell me how to do it. It becomes easier because they are more adept to it than I am. So the days have changed, where now most houses, I am sure, kids are telling the parents how to move around and play around with all these gadgets. So this is our change. This is my 20th century classroom. All these were part of my classrooms when I was studying. Whether it was a typewriter, there used to be an office, and the office persons used to be busily typing and making noise with their typewriters. So that was their office. We had slates, we had pens, we had pencils, we had, and then OHPs had just come in, and then we have a table, we'll have a table light. These were all gadgets of my 20th century. Now we have moved to 21st, I will not go into these characteristics. So we have moved to a 21st century classroom. Now what do we have in these 21st century classrooms? Probably this is how it look. So the next time, post-retirement, when I come here, maybe this hall also will not be looking like this. It will be having all of you with the laptops. I will be sitting somewhere and talking. You will be opening it, you will be putting questions, and I will be putting questions. And it might be a virtual one, and it may not be a session where I travel and come here and meet you in person. Possible. The whole situation is going to change. And then, so the characteristics of 21st century, I didn't do the old one, it was teacher-centered, now it is going towards a student-centered classrooms. No more we are saying, what did you teach? We are more interested in what did you learn. I could give a wonderful lecture here, but tomorrow if sister asks you, from Vanaja madam's lecture, what did you pick up? And you say no, then she'll say, then why did I call her? Why did I waste so much of my time and her time if she came and you didn't catch anything? It's all a waste of time. So it's not for me to show my expertise. It is for you to pick something from there. So the learner is more important. Learning is more important, not teaching. Teaching is necessary. But teaching for what? Just like we ask, do something. Then we immediately, the present generation asks, why? Why should I do this? Usse kya milega? What is it I'm going to get? Only then if they are interested in the outcome, they will come and be part of your teaching. If they are not interested in the outcome, just to become good people, no, we are already good. You don't need to tell me how to become a good person. I know how to be, I know I'm already a good person. So if you tell them that it is theoretical, they will never sit in our class. So they want something which is immediate. So why did you come here? Because I will get something like this. If not nothing, at least sister will be happy. To make sister happy, I have come here. Right? To make my teachers happy, I have come here. But there is an outcome in your mind. If I do this, what is it I will get? Hai na? True or no? Do we do anything if there is no benefit for us? No. We would go. Teacher calls, we would go without asking, why did you call us? Come on a Saturday? Okay, ma'am, we are coming. We never asked them, why are you calling us on a Saturday? But today, if I have to call my students or my colleagues on a Saturday, I have to explain properly if they come, what is it they will get. Otherwise, like I said, TK, Dean ma'am wants us to come. She will be satisfied, I'm going. So you're going there not for anything, but at least on Monday she will not shout at me. That's why I'm going. So there's still something in our minds. This is what I'm saying is outcome based. Integrated, just like you showed some models just now. Really nice, some of those models. You were trying to integrate all the 8 multiple intelligences. Because every child has a different multiple intelligence. So you wanted to see that every child who has different intelligences is part of the class. So either you sing a song, either you talk, you show, you make them do kinesthetic activities. You do everything. You build a relationship with them. You make them reflect. Interpersonal, intrapersonal, all of them we want to put in a single classroom now. Earlier it was teacher said, I listened, I recited, I told back, and that's the end of the story. It was not now like that. Interdisciplinary. We are now talking of interdisciplinary even in higher educational institutions. We are talking of integration of different subjects. Then, so it is research based and outcome based. If I ask you, you did another model just now which I saw which was quite interesting for me. The history one, the 4 C's, historical thinking skill. I told my scholar Hasnain to take a picture because I want to go back and read on it. What is that? There must have been research on it. Right? Sudhakar sir told a book name, that's also recorded. Because I want to go back and see what it is. There is a research base. Simply we will not think of anything. And then outcome based, like I said, active learning, greater student freedom. We have creativity as the cornerstone. If you have seen our Bloom's taxonomy, the highest point is what now? Creativity. We have shifted. The creativity is the highest, higher order things. The topmost of your Bloom's taxonomy is creativity. So creativity is the ultimate. And remembering is the base. So little of remembering is needed. You need to remember. But the ultimate is creativity. So we need to think of creativity, innovation, just like you said, startup. So you know startups are essential now. We need to think of startups, we need to think of innovations so that we can make our students ready for the 21st century skills. Yes, assessment also is not like what we had earlier. There is a change. We now talk of authentic assessment, project assessment, skill-based assessment, the rubrics for assessment, how we make them, how you create them. So this is, so the tools, all these are what you all know. I don't need to tell you what they are. These are the present day tools which you can see around. All of these are shifted from what I showed you earlier. So now if I just ask you, what is the difference then and what is it now? Most of the time my teachers would tell, open your textbooks and go to page number. Future what? Open your tabs, log in, go to www. Then black is all old. Take out your notebooks and write. My students have stopped taking notes. They either demand my PPT or if by chance I write on the board, ma'am, picture le. Click. Somebody takes the picture, shares. I said, how will you learn statistics, Baba, like this? How can you learn statistics if you don't write? We'll go to our rooms and then write. I doubt if they will write. Maybe they'll only read. But they are learning. Maths also they are reading. So she had to, then we didn't have our boards and we didn't have the COVID time. We didn't have technology ready. Now I said, next time even if I'm standing like this, I should not turn back. I will have the, I should have brought mine. Not even my laptop. We can have tabs here which I can point or highlight and read from here. This will be the next time we do it. So yeah, it is changing. So it is not that like I write on the board, but I still believe, as I said, I am from that generation. I still believe mathematics and statistics will be learnt only if you take your pen and pencil. I believe. Next generation says no. I met a student recently in Bangalore. The mother was complaining of what? This boy doesn't listen anything in school. Some guru he has, some online course, some guru, tech guru, something. This fellow comes home, puts the lectures on and listens. He says, these lectures are better than my ma'am's. Finished. In the school, what should he do? Disturb the class, naturally. So I told, I will come and tell your ma'am to put those lectures only. Let her take rest. If you are not listening to her and you feel this sort of medium is better for you, then I'll tell her to make videos and put it in the class. Give to all of you. Yeah, Bangalore, lots of these corporate schools, they take the tab to class already. I said, I'll tell her only to send you the video lessons. You sit and watch. Why you should watch somebody else's? Watch your ma'am's. If she sends, I will listen to her also. Because he doesn't want to sit in the class and see. Now we haven't changed. That's why I said future ready. We have to be ready for such a student also who prefers to put his earphones on and listen and watch a video rather than sit in the classroom like what we are sitting. This is because of COVID, where they would watch all these lectures in a way they feel comfortable. So I said, what is the other reason? He said, here, I can put the tab there, I can sleep, I can sit and listen. Whereas in the class, what should I do? Condition of sitting properly, which I don't want. At home, I don't want, I'll pause. Go around and come. eat something and come, and then put it on again. It is anytime, anywhere learning, which we are talking as individualized learning plans. Every child needs to get that individualized learning plan. So they are going to look forward even for that. Then maybe if it's a test, clear all the desks, put all the books inside your bags, close it, all that. Now probably I'll have to say, clear all the windows, keep only one window open in which I'm going to see your textbook, proctored online examinations. So that's going to be your future. For me, submit your assignments, keep the books on my table. So next generation, it will be post your assignments in maybe Google Classroom, Moodle or something, forget it. No need of writing anything. Don't call out, raise your hand. I will look at whoever has raised your hand. Future, most of the time when I do online, please don't unmute all at once, raise your hands. I will, or put in the chat box, I will ask you to unmute. There are so many online where the host only unmutes, not all are not unmuted. So that's definitely what our future classrooms are. What hasn't changed? All this hasn't changed. Devoted, hard-working educators, yes, we had them, you have them. Student support, then also teachers. I said thank you to both of them. They were assistants for me. Today I am also assistants for others. Teachers are there. We do need them. What are demands on a teacher? I worked in a primary school at the beginning of my career. I know what it is to take 7 hours a day class. 7 hours per day. That's a primary school teacher's load in an ICSE school where I worked. That means only 1 hour is free for you. Then when do I correct the books? Every day one big bundle will come home with me. 60, 70 books will come home with me in my two-wheeler. And morning it will get corrected. Small children's assignments we cannot postpone because the feedback should be immediate. So that's how in our time sometimes the teacher would leave off the last 10-15 minutes to correct assignments. We will sit in the class only and correct. Otherwise we cannot do it. So make them do some activity, and on another side I'll be correcting their homework books. So this was then available. Today, if not on the notebooks, I definitely have to see your assignments. I have to see your online assignments. We are going to organize a seminar. I am reading through all the abstracts, be it through a Google link, kya link hai wo? What your people have sharing with me. We have shared with all of us, and then we are correcting it with the link only. So we collected data through Google Forms and we are doing it. The requirements may change, but the correction, the feedback, it continues. Same support of parents, then community, then practices. NAC, what is your best practices? Definitely they are asking because they want us all to identify what are our best practices. What is changing? What are we asking for future ready classrooms? Our students are changing. The instructional practices are changing. Teachers and students' skill sets are changing. How we should teach, how they should learn, these requirements are changing. Required levels and areas of proficiency are changing. So, if I simply say, I got a wonderful B.Ed degree with 7% marks, is that enough? No. For me, when I went for a teacher's interview, I was asked to write on the board. That was enough. Stand before a class, talk for about 5 to 10 minutes, write on the board for another 2-3 minutes, and that's it. That was my interview. Today, probably in future, you might be asked to do something online, write there and tell them. Show them that you know how to open something. Simple, we are simply testing people to do the minimum basic things of online, putting your PowerPoint, whether you are able to move it or no. So in our recruitment process, we do it, and If somebody is not doing it, this person is not technology ready. We do give an assistance, but the assistance is given with noting that this person is not technology ready. So the candidate might think, yeah, somebody help me to do my PowerPoint and do everything. But right there, we are noting that this person is not able to move. They are not able to do. So they are not technology ready. Can they become good teachers for our students? No. So if I go for an interview today, if you go for an interview today and you say, I don't know how to make a presentation, I don't know how to operate it, there will be minus marks for us because we are not ready, right? So it's time for change. Yeah, the education, like we have the business world saying industry 3.0, 4.0, like that education also, we can put them into different generations. So the first one is education 1.0, where we are talking of teacher-centered, the factory model of teaching learning. What do we do in a factory? Production, mass production, right? Why don't you, I don't know how many of you preferred if the clothes are stitched, ready-made, and how many of us want it to be tailor-made? Why tailor-made? Because it fits you. Factory-made fits all, may not fit anybody. May fit all, may not fit anybody. Everybody needs to change. So this sort of factory-made, the products of our education also, they did fit into the society or they did not fit completely. It's left to you to decide whether our 1.0 generation really had all the skills. No. Why do we still comment on the British system of education? What do we say? What was the type of education they gave? They gave it to prepare clerks to serve them. That's what we are talking of British education. Why? Because that was their product. So the type of education was that. As soon as India became independent, we started all our science institutions to do research in science. We started our colleges of teacher education, which had different thought processes in mind. It has gone and undergone, not saying that all that they did is wrong. If they didn't do it, I don't know where we would be. Take the positive of it. Yet, the model was that. Even now, why did we want NEP 2020? We said there is something like a inertia. There is something like no change motion which has set in. We need to now think of changing it so that we are now ready with our students who can fit anywhere in the global market. You want teachers ready for India? You want teachers ready for the global market, for global standards. So you are creating your students to go to the global standard. So I need teachers with teaching capacity for global standards. So that way, this was 1.0, where chalk and talk was the method, paper, pencil, tests. So next we went to 2.0. So here, first 1.0, no technology. The only technology were textbooks and a blackboard. 2.0, slowly, we started thinking of technology. Slightly we allowed it to come, but like, our video classrooms, video lessons, audio lessons, short films, all these we allowed, but yet all this were teacher driven. If the teacher wanted, they would allow you to go and watch the television lesson. Otherwise, the teacher would say, I will do better, you need not watch television. Then came the 3.0. This is technology enhanced, learner focused education. The 3.0 generation, technology came into the class. 1.0 and 2.0, we had them as what we called as lesson plans. Even now you are writing lesson plans, but then you will understand when I say we are way behind. When we got on this, when we started thinking of 3.0, creativity was unleashed. We said we have to think of creativity both for the teachers and for the students, right? And the plans were no more lesson plans. They started being called as learning plans. End of the day, I want learning to happen. So the plans started being called as learning plans. Then we went to education 4.0. That is collaborative learning, and problem solving became the focus. So learning, the pedagogies also have to change as per this, that I will be coming a little later. So in these, what happened? We started thinking of problem-based learning and then project-based learning, applying to real-world situations. So whatever we study, whatever you learn, do you apply it to your real life situation? How do you apply it? If that is being told, then how do we collaborate? Not working in silos and isolation, but work with collaboration. So interdisciplinary learning, because if I have to put something into practice, it should mean that I learned something in physics. I might be using it somewhere else. Every action has an equal and opposite reaction. Lots of examples. Yes? Hit somebody, what will happen? Abuse somebody, what will happen? But we never thought in those lines. If I start thinking in those lines, I will never abuse anybody, because I know this action, there should be equal and opposite reaction. They will abuse me. Natural. So if we can start like this, where we know, where all can I apply this? Where all should I use this? Why do we have digital arrests in the first place? And that too, people of the caliber of IAS and IPS officers. It's a police officer's wife. And we had ours, the last time I came here, I think CBI joint director was here on that, in your college also. Am I right? No? The earlier CBI joint director, I think the next day he was here when I came. So his wife is caught in all this. Digital arrest. And lots of money is lost. How do you believe as a person, a police can arrest you online? No FIR? Then what did you learn in social studies? Still we believe. Can you pay money to stop arrest? No, they are hypnotizing us. Why did you get hypnotized? How to avoid hypnotism? How do I avoid being hypnotized? Get up and walk away. Drink water. Move away. Call somebody for help. Go call your neighbor. Na, if your phone is blocked, use the washroom. Go call your neighbor. I don't know, I'm getting scared. Why don't we do it? We go straight along with their hypnotism to bank and start withdrawing money and giving it to them. And they are telling you they are from CBI, they are from here, they are from there. Nobody can arrest you without showing you this one proof. They have to show you your warrant, arrest warrant. What is the case? And I haven't done anything wrong. See, what I am trying to tell you is, if I have made a mistake, I have made a criminal work, then I should be scared. I haven't done anything. Then why am I scared? Because I am not using my brain. Because I am not putting into practice. Thank you. Yes or no? So you should teach children how to do this also. Sad, never did my mother ever tell me in a central government campus where I studied. Only thing, it was almost about 150 acres campus. I couldn't go outside the gates. If I wanted to go outside the gates, the security would stop me. Otherwise, in the campus, never did my mother tell me, don't go here, don't talk to them, don't talk to these. Anybody I used to talk and go around, somebody gives me something to eat, I would happily eat and come and say, I finished evening tiffin. Where? In that house, in this lane, in that house. Who are they? I don't know. That uncle called me, I went inside, ate and came. That's all. Today, bad touch, good touch, don't talk, don't see, don't eat, don't see, don't talk. Trains, buses, aircrafts, each of us are busy in our mobiles, earphones, not bothered who is sitting next to us. We travel 2 hours, 3 hours and get home without even acknowledging who sat next to us. Because I am also scared, they are also scared. That was not what we had in childhood. I have made some friends in trains. And we made friends and they are friends for life. They are friends even now. We have exchanged addresses, we have sent postcards, we have met later on whenever we have managed to go to each other's places, and we have become friends. Now is that possible? No. I will also not do it. Because because we are moving away. So collaboration, how do we work? So this Education 4.0, the plans are called as creativity plans. What are they? Creativity plans. End of the class, a student should create, even if he rediscovers Archimedes, I don't mind it, but the idea should come out of the student. Then tell, Are Baba, this was done by Archimedes in so and so century. Right? Because of all these examples, you are able to now tell me this is what is the law, and this law is already known. This is the Archimedes principle. So if I can make them create an idea, create some thought process, create a model, how do I do this? Okay, so I can go back into my school years when I did this Fleming right hand rule. Yeah, my examples will be basically physics because I am from physics, right? So the Fleming left hand rule, put 3 fingers perpendicular to each other, 1, 2, 3. This is all I did. So one child I am holding like this and telling him force, motion, electric current. He is not able to understand because it's a mirror image for him sitting there. He came and tried to move my hand. He forgot this is human hand. And then this broke. Then he said, why did you use your hand, ma'am? I said, what should I do? Take 3 sticks, put some pin in between and move, no? I said, yeah, why didn't it strike me till now? Till my hand broke, it didn't strike me. So I went to a carpenter, I didn't do it like with sticks and pin. I went to a carpenter, got 3 movable and put some like hinge and started using it. It became a wonderful tool. But the creativity was the child's. Take 3 sticks, put 1 pin and see, ma'am, it should work. Yeah, he gave me an idea. So that is creativity. You allow them to think, allow them to bring out their ideas. So that's Education 4.0. Yeah, technology, technology, technology. Is that education? No. From 2016, especially this movement started from Japan. They said, everything you teach should not start and end with technology. Education is not only technology. Education is human-centered. The process of education is, like earlier they said, man-making process. I say, making a human being. Making a child who is a good human being should be the end of education. The end road for education is creating a very good human being. So don't forget all this in between, all this technology. Don't forget the lead character. That lead character is a human being. That lead character has emotions. The learner has passions. The learner has to have his psychological traits satisfied. So it is not the machine can do everything. Get back to the basics of use AI, but use it to leverage personalized learning. Not saying don't use gadgets. Use it, but as a means, not as a end. So education 5.0. So you connect different types of learning, but use technology as a means. So this is technology. So it is like starts with humans, not technology. Not about providing every learner with a laptop. Not about only improving infrastructure. It's not about developing digital tools and platforms, but it is about preparing intellectually, socially, and emotionally strong individuals. Yeah, you have something to add? Right. So, morally upright, yeah. Morally upright, what your society wants you to do. What is it? That's exactly what we are trying to focus in NEP 2020. You make any digital platform, end of the day, I want Indian children to come out of the school, whether it is called Bharatiyata, whether it is called Indian children. I want them to be enriched completely with Indian culture. I want them to realize what is a guru. I want them to realize who parents are. Yes, the day I and my generation is still taking care of our parents. Yes, all of them who are here will agree. Parents are with either us or our siblings. Yes. What about me? Am I sure I can be with my children or my siblings? No. No. Hyderabad, why are this many retirement houses coming up? Instead of calling it old age homes, we can afford, they are saying they are giving a new home, new name, retirement homes. I am looking for one. Yes, I am looking for one where I will have all my amenities. I don't need to look for somebody to come and help me go to the doctor. They have a doctor on call. They have housekeeping services which will come. There will be a manager who will take care of it. I don't need to look for somebody to help me out. I am going to grow older. I can't do all this. I can't manage a kitchen probably. So I am looking for something where there is a kitchen, where I cook when I want to. When I can't, I go to the common kitchen. This is what I am looking for. Why am I looking for this? Because I know my old age, I have to manage myself. But my mom, I will manage as long as I can. As long as she is there, that I know. I'll take care of her. So she was joking. So is there a place for me in that retirement home? Said, obviously it will be there. I'm not going to send you to an old age home. See, her fear. If I am going to a retirement home, what will I do with her? Probably I'll send her to an old age home. I said, no, I won't. I will take you along with me. So you will be with me, that's for sure. Yes, it is changing. It is changing. The world is changing. And so I should now be ready how to do the online transactions. I should be ready. So my education didn't give me all that. In all this, I still feel India is still better, but the cosmopolitan cities are changing. Bangalore, Hyderabad, we are changing. Earlier, smaller towns, yes, parents, we take care. Otherwise, why do we need a law which says if you don't take care of your parents, you can be punished, you can be put behind the bars. There are so many court cases now where the parents have given off the property to the children and the court is getting it back to the parents. No. Let them inherit if you want to give afterwards. First, return back everything to your parents. We are now facing even these sort of court cases. So let us make children understand what being an Indian is. Because in India, we believe joint family, we believe in respecting our parents, we believe in respecting our elders, we believe in taking care of those who need help. You know, so Little Sisters of the Poor, I think. It is there. They have a home for the terminally ill in Mysore, sister. It's real yeoman service those sisters are doing. Terminally ill means doctor has said nothing we can do with them. And we cannot retain them in a hospital now. Families are not prepared to take them home. So that means they are waiting for their death. No family member with them. And these sisters bring them to their place, take care of them. That's a place I visit every time I go to Mysore. Because it is sad. It's really sad that we as a country in India, we are going to this level. That I know my parent is waiting for his final call, but I don't have the patience to hold them in my hand. I don't have time. I'm very busy, no? My mother or father would have said the same. I don't have time for you, child. I am very busy. I have got my job to do. What would have happened to us? We are not thinking. So such education we need back now. Not only technology. NEP 2020, 21st century, we are talking of what we call as Education 6.0. This is not yet come. This is being formulated. In Education 6.0, there are 6 pillars: leadership, skills, entrepreneurship, knowledge, manufacturing, and industry. This is what we are looking at in Skill India. This is what we are looking at for the future of education in India. So what are these 6 pillars which I said? For these 6 pillars, we need to think of what is the way our education will change. So the first one is what I call, I will share it definitely. I'll share the PPT with them. They will give it to you. Note down if you want something. So holistic learning. Learning not like, some part. Learning this part and forgetting that. For us, if we had a statement, when I say for us, that's what we grew up learning. Don't become jack of all and master of none. If you put your hand into too many things, you will get lost because you are becoming jack of all things. Today, what are we telling our children? Learn everything. Learn dancing, learn singing, learn this, learn that, go to this class, that class. We have parents, I know here in my, I stay in Sherilingampalli, so right in the heart of high-tech city area. Saturday is gone picking them from one class to another class. So the parents, we knew this happens in the US, but I am seeing right here in Hyderabad. Evening they come home, take them to the football class, dance class, music class. Arey, that child doesn't like any of these things. Why are you taking that child there? No, auntie, he must be taught everything. God knows next, when he becomes big, what he will learn. I said, what he'll learn? He is not doing anything. Simply you're taking him from one class to another class. So actually we had a small celebration and of the apartment children. And then to set the time became a big issue. Why? Every child says, no, this time is not right. Why? I have class. Then one more says, no, 6:30, no, I have class. I said, what is this class, Baba? School doesn't close. Array, school closes 2:30. After that, our problem starts. So what is it we are doing as parents? So here I would say, school should have thought of this holistic learning. If that does it, then we need not. Those who are interested in dancing will go to the dancing class. Not interested, there is a music. Not interested, there is a playground. Not interested, go to the library. If there is a bookworm like me, not interested in all those, go sit in the library, go. That I have done it in my childhood. Half the time I would be sitting in the library. Where is this girl? Go and drag her out because she has to get ready with a speech. That I am very good. Go bring her out from there because the next event is coming for the speech. Let her come. Okay, I am coming. And then from there they would take me to the ground. Why do you want to sit there? Come and sit here. Then there'll be one book hidden somewhere in my dress. From there the book will come out. I'll be sitting in the ground reading something. Yeah, that was what was showing what I want to become. But yet we had development of the whole personality. We did learn things. So here holistic. So education 6.0 is asking for holistic learning. Everywhere there'll be learning now. No more teaching. Okay. So holistic may definitely, as I said, how do you get good touch, bad touch part of the curriculum? Whom to believe, whom not to believe. How to go about. See, again, this also I always give as an example. In our colony, one day we were all locked up in our homes. We were not even allowed to go to school. We didn't understand why our parents have locked us up, including my house. The top latches were put, and what lock was to be used outside was locked inside, and the keys were with my mother. We didn't understand then what happened and why we were suddenly stopped from going to school also that day. As I grew up, I once asked my mother, and we dare not ask her why she is doing it. She said, no going out means no going out, that's all. As I grew up, I said, Mama, one day, you remember, you had locked us inside the house and didn't allow us to go to school. And next day we all discussed. No house, nobody told us anything. The entire campus was locked for kids. And nobody in the campus has talked. You know what had happened? One of our employees had tried to commit suicide. They didn't want us to know what is suicide. And that's why they locked us up. And today, I don't know, kids are committing suicide. They were almost like, I say, well, you did it like Gautam Buddha. What is it you did? You should teach us, no? She said, no, we didn't even want you all to get a thought that there is a way of ending life. No. Yeah, we got good lectures after that. I remember how God has made us and how it is our Pura Janmas Sukruta, that you are born here and you should do this, you should do that. We got all sorts of lectures. But nowhere they told us you have a right to take away your life. Because they were pushing it into our brains. This is what it is. Probably we now need it. CBSE has sent one guideline yesterday to our schools. School counselor is compulsory. Earlier they said you have one. Now they said nothing doing. Somebody should be available to the child as long as the child is in school. Who was my counselor? It was my grandparents. I don't know how many postcards I wrote. I only would put the address Tata. My village name is Kulluru. That's all. I don't know more than that. Did any of my postcards go? I don't think so. That I was in Karnataka and this was a small village in Kadapa and Nellore border in Andhra Pradesh. I only wrote Tata and I wrote Kulluru with the village name. That's all. I don't know anything else. And how many postcards I have written, I only don't know. Religiously, I would take the postcard and put it in the box. Maybe I should ask my mother whether my campus postman brought it back and gave it to her. Because my name was written, Vanaja, and our quarter name was written, number, that I knew. Only this, from that age, I have been writing postcards to my grandfather. I'm angry with my teacher, I'm angry with my mother, I'm angry with my brother. Everything has gone in the postcard. That's all the counselor was. Or when I go, I will relate. I will parrot out everything. Tata, this happened. Tata, this happened. No, I will talk to my son. I will talk to my daughter-in-law. I will tell them not to do this. I have a feeling he never talked to anybody. But he definitely consoled me. And said, okay. I'll tell my son to go and talk to your teacher. Don't at all worry. We would meet almost every main festival. We would travel all the way from Karnataka to Andhra Pradesh, come for every major festival, and this used to be some time where we tell them. That is missing. That is definitely missing. So, we need our school to take over now. poor teachers to take over. Because there is no other solution left. So all teachers cannot do it. We are asking for specified people, counselors. Our teachers would know what happened, child. Why are you having a sad face today? The minute you sit in class, they will find out. Did you cry yesterday? You didn't sleep? What happened? Our eyes would tell them. Our moods will tell them. They would pick up. But today's world, we have so many things to do, so many records to write, so many forms to submit. We don't have the time to see the child. So here I would say holistic learning, yes, interdisciplinary approach, global citizenship. I touched on this earlier. We are part of this small Hyderabad city, Secunderabad area, part of Telangana, part of India, and part of this world. So what Trump says affects us. Every day we are looking into seeing what he is saying, yes or no? All of us are looking at the TV. What did he say today? What did he do today? Yeah, today somebody from Denmark was talking. There are no penguins in Denmark, in Greenland. He said that he has showed a cartoon with penguins. I also didn't know there are no penguins in Greenland. I knew they are there in Arctic but I didn't know they were not there in Greenland. I thought Greenland also has. Because Trump said it, I also believed. Then today they are saying we don't have penguins in Greenland. So where is this Greenland? I googled where is Greenland. I saw it on the globe to understand what is this strategic point for Greenland. So we are able to become global citizens. What happens if Trump says, yes, it makes a difference? And why were all the press talking about the two dignitaries yesterday in the Republic Day? Why were they talking about them? I understood why. Because we are part of the global world. They are from the European Council. We are going to sign a big trade agreement with them. What is Vanaja of Manu trying to think about this? Yes, she is part of the global citizenship. So she understands. So should my student. So should every one of our people. Then sustainability and ethics and advanced technologies. Should I stop or can I take some more time? So we have sustainability. Yes. The sustainability goals. Which is the sustainability goal which is linked to us? 4.4. Sustainability. Why? What about the others? Only 4 for us. Others? Others not for us? All are for us. But 4, because we are field of education, we have special focus on it. Right. So what are the sustainability goals? What are ethics? This is very, very important. What is ethics? What is good? What is bad? How do I behave? This is very, very important. What are the ethical principles which take you forward in life? Yes, those principles. How could this happen in India? See, when especially, when maybe because we are from education, as I said, some teacher does something wrong and the paper reports, how could a teacher do it? An actor can do it. Anybody else can do it. But if a teacher does it, hurry, what happened? How could a teacher of all people do this? Yeah, because they are expecting us to be the embodiments of all the ethics. All of them are role models. They feel if the teaching community lets them down, then the entire country will be let down. True, we understand it. So we need to have ethics. We need to develop these ethics in children. Yes, technologies, you know about them. And lifelong learning. I said no, I asked him to pick up that photo and said, if you noticed when I was seeing, I told Hasnain, take this picture. Because I like the 4 C's. 5 C's, I'm sorry. 4 C's is what I do. 4 C's is what we talk of, na? 21st century global C's are 4. Here you have 5, right? So this is something which I want to learn. And in Corona, in the COVID time, yes, suddenly we had to take recourse to online learning and all that, and people like us from that generation, we really didn't know anything. At least I didn't know anything. I'm honest about it. How to go around properly. So then suddenly I need to make a Google Classroom, I need to do Google Attendance. All this is very difficult. Then also, for a person with linguistic intelligence like me, for a person who wants to keep on talking and interacting with people, it was very tough sitting at home. Sitting alone at home. I was also in a way isolated because I was going out and only two of us at home, me and my husband. He is a comorbid, I am a comorbid. So we were isolating ourselves. You are going out, be outside. Don't come close. Don't sit close till you completely disinfect yourself. So for a day or two, if you go out, dur. So in this stage, I was feeling I am going mad alone. So I applied for some courses. And what did I write there? Professor Vanaja Manu. No admission. Sorry. What did I do next? I pulled out Professor Vanaja and then my initial Mahadasu. Then also they are not giving. They identified Manu. 2 places. I said, this is not the way they do it. I made it. I came from ANU, no? Manu, last part is ANU, Acharya Nagarjuna University. I wrote Vanaja, ANU. I got admission. In one course. I was happily understanding, trying to do, and then I joined one more of my colleague in that. So I was really not picking up as fast as others were, as the youngsters were. So you know how to do open sourcing, how to take out a recording, how to make an audio recording, how to create a Google Classroom, all real practical oriented. So I joined one more of my junior colleagues. I said, beta, if I don't understand, you have to come online and teach me afterwards. Because I am not sure I am so fast as you are. Because they were just doing something and then saying, all done it? Yes, done, go to the next. And I am still searching where to do it. So sometimes I have taken their help. I have done it. Midway one day, one person who was talking is known to me, a young man, but known to me very well. Then I said, sir, please wait, let us do it. Is it Vanaja madam talking? I said, no, it's not Vanaja madam, this is Vanaja from ANU. Madam, I know you came from AMU to Manu, is it you? I said, yes. Ma'am, why are you sitting in this course? I said, you keep quiet now. In Telugu, I shouted at him. Meer urkondi ipudu continue class. Because this is done from Delhi. Said, meer urkondi class teeskondi. Then he kept quiet and then he called back, madam, why? I said, no, otherwise again they'll throw me out now. They didn't realize I am in the course because I am doing lifelong learning. I need it, Baba. I am a chatterbox, no doubt. But technology, I don't know. I want to learn. So I want the skills. Yes, that course helped me. That definitely. I knew how to do PPT. That I will say, I did not say I don't know. But I never knew all those. Now today I am good. Not excellent, good enough to do all the jobs required from me. So compared to many of my age, because of those 2 courses which I did, then next, honestly, I don't want the certificate. Really, I don't need that certificate for my career. I changed my name itself. Go, do what you want. I wrote ANU, but I changed my name also and I got admission, nobody bothered. I didn't open my mouth also, second program. I said, like all others, let me be silent and listen and learn. Yeah, we need to. We have to keep learning lifelong. So what are the pedagogies? I'll just do it quickly, 4 of them and then stop. So now how have we to change? Right? Pedagogy is what we know. Teacher-led learning for children. So pedagogy has a learner, an instructor, a process and a motivation. All this is a cycle. Now what is the future? Andragogy. The future is andragogy, This was given by Malcolm Knowles. This is adult learning. What is adult learning? How do you address adults? If you want to make adult learning, lifelong learning a reality, get hold of adult learning. How do I teach adults? Any of those courses, if it was only theory, I would have exited out the first day. If it was only theory, I would have exited because I can read theory. I can also Google theory. But why did I complete those 2 courses? The reason I completed was it was satisfying something I wanted to learn. And I knew what I wanted to learn. It was predetermined by me that I want to learn this. Only then an adult will learn. So in higher education, we have to think of andragogy principles. Otherwise, we'll be left behind. In our B.Ed colleges also. Next is what we are calling as collaboration, pedagogy or paragogy. What is this pedagogy? It is peer-gogy. It's a pedagogy for peers. What is peer learning? Simple example for peer learning is your micro-teaching. Why do we enjoy micro-teaching? If you really enjoy it, because you're teaching your children, your friends who become children. Right? So you enjoy it because each of them is giving you a feedback. I remember a student who once wept in the class. He came running to the staff room. 2nd class child. He was weeping in the class. I didn't understand why. A PGT physics teaching 2nd class, 1st class. First thing is I didn't know their child psychology. Still I was teaching. He was crying. Then he came running to me to the staff room. I said, why are you crying? You cried almost for 15 minutes in the classroom. You've been crying. Why did you cry? You are very bad. Okay, I'm bad. Now what did I do? Why did you shout and say something to me where girls are sitting? I said, what did I say? You said, don't disturb, sit down. I said, was that wrong? Yes. You said it in front of girls. You could have called me. You could have simply said, go out. But you shouted. I said, go out would be worse, no? It would be worse. You should have kept quiet. That's all. Then I started making groups, put them together. I said, all of us are friends. So every day, 5 to 10 minutes of my class would be first 5 minutes to change their places. Mix up now. That means you have divided yourself into girls and boys. I don't want this to happen. I want you all to realize that you are one class. You are all classmates. So made groups, changed their places, had group activities. All the RIE Mysore training of what to do in group activities was used then. Peer learning, peer tutoring is what is now going to be the order of the day. So we will have to think of pedagogy, co-learning and co-creating. Partly we are doing it in project works. Then is what we call as heutagogy. This is given by Hayes and Kenyon. This is self-determined learning. Okay? Here, I decide what I want to learn. That's exactly what we are talking now. Personalized learning pathways. I know of my niece who is doing her graduation in the US, and she started with international relations, and some other social science course. I don't know with what she started. International relations is there, with some social science course. Midway through, after 1 semester, she didn't like that social science course, whether it was political science or something like that. She said, I like what is happening in our business school. After 6 months, she said, I am liking my business school. She went there and enrolled in the business school. So she is doing something to do with international business. So international and business. And then finally, she has graduated in 5 semesters with international relationships, business modeling, and legal something. I said, where this legal came in between? At 3rd semester or 4th semester, she liked the legal institute. It's all different campuses in the same university. So she went into law. I said, what do you want to become now? I'll decide later. I got 6 months because I finished in 5 semesters. I have jobs now in plenty, she says. I don't know. It's not really possible presently in India. Yes, NEP wants to do that also. Somebody begins with something, take credits, move away if you don't like it. But for us, the problem will begin and end with numbers. This many combinations. We are offering 4Y UG in Manu, that is the 4-year honors research degree. The combinations we have made for BA honors is around, I think, 30 combinations by now. Imagine 30 combinations and we have to adjust our timetable for all these 30. Somebody will take history and English. Somebody will take history and Urdu. Somebody will take politics and history. Something like this. Then that means when history class is there, all the others cannot have a class. All those who take history should have a class now. All those who don't have history can have a class with them. So it's not easy for us. Then we restricted them. That's all. For some more time, no more combinations. And if 10 don't take, we will not give you. It won't be offered. Why? Because of numbers. If I had 20 rooms, 20 teachers, and a time frame from say 7 till 8 or 9, so some days online, some days offline. If possible, then I can offer whatever combination they ask. Somebody comes and says, why don't you give me a science course with an arts course? I said, yes, it is possible on paper, but practically it is becoming impossible as of now. Day is not far when this will be ready. Even now I say, if you put me now in graduation, I would study physics, mathematics, and English. I wanted that. Nobody gave it to me. Hey, what crazy you are. Physics, maths is in science college. English is in arts college. I said, both are in the same compound. Why I should not study English? No. You must study chemistry. No, I don't want to study chemistry. Okay, then give me home science. No. With physics, maths, we will not give you home science. You must do chemistry. No electronics then. No computer science then. So I am forced to be studying physics, chemistry, mathematics, whether I liked it or not. Next generation, somebody like me can study physics with English. It's a possibility. It will become a reality when our system agrees, when our system adapts to it. So here, pedagogy, self-determined learning, when I want, how I want, what I want, whom I want to study. This happens in BITS Pilani, where they can choose their lecturer. They can choose their time. I'll finish it in just 2 minutes. Wait also. So these are the 4. Later what? We are going to go through what we will be calling as cybergogy, which is about using the internet and online learning, which is also going to be the future. So blended learning, flipped learning, where we are going to think of online, that is, it could be synchronized learning or asynchronized learning. Then we have what we call as giragogy. Older adults, elderly people, say somebody who is retired, somebody who is 70-year-old, if they want to study, what is the pedagogy for them? What are the assisted tools for them? How do you think of it? This is also something we will be coming. So it could be experience driven. Imagine a 75 or an 80-year-old sitting in front of you. Before you start, they will have an experience to say. You will have to learn how to build with their experience. No, our time it was not like this. Yes, your time it was not like this, but you have to do this. This is how we do it today. Then learning as a network. So this is a learning theory which combines knowledge management and technology enhanced learning. So this is very important because it creates personalized learning environments. So I will be just closing. So classrooms, we have different needs, different people coming from different educational backgrounds. They have different attention spans. Here also we can see some of them are still connected with me. They are making eye contact with me. But there are some who have lost out in this race about maybe less than 15 minutes after when I started. So for them only I was trying to say, what do you do? Then I said, I think I can't bring them online. Let them be must in what they are doing. So whoever was coming to me online, yes, this half and this half, these two flanks, yes, they are my first year B.Ed students. I know their age, I can understand them. Their attention spans are less. We can't hold them. At least they are sitting quiet because of sister sitting here. Yes or no? You are listening? Are you listening? Yes. In them also one or two. There are some who are still busy down. They are not even looking at me. Now that happens in a class. It happens and I will not blame them. Don't go and ask them, ma'am. Please don't ask who was it. No, that is attention span. Because we have such students. Maybe they know all this. Maybe they know I said I'm giving the PPT. They are like my nephew who will go home and see the PPT. They are more happy with that. So these are different things. We cannot expect all of them and all of us to connect with each other. Different language abilities. Yeah, maybe one or two of them are not able to really follow what I am saying. There could be a language barrier or intonation barrier. It happens. And then cultural heritage. So these are different things we have. It's like a teacher trying to teach Shakespeare. He's wondering how to teach Shakespeare. Just see what each child is thinking. Will we ever get a choice of what we learn? Teacher has decided Shakespeare. So she is thinking, when will I get a chance to say what I want to learn? This boy is wondering whether the teacher likes him. Where this has come in between in the class? That girl is thinking, are my parents going to fight again tonight? So different thought process. And teacher has to teach them. Why, how can I get these students interested in Shakespeare? That's exactly our problems, our education system. As long as we create such a uniform thing that for a fair selection, everybody has to climb the tree. What would happen to the fish, darling, please? Die in the process. How will it come out and climb? So don't make our education system like that. Einstein says everybody is a genius, but if you judge a fish by its ability to climb, it will never pass. It's always a failure. So let's change our education system. I think I will stop. We'll stop here. So let's change our education system, keep it ready for the future, and I hope I have brought some thought processes into your mind so that you can carry it forward and make our classes a better place to live. Thank you so much.
On behalf of our institution, I express my sincere gratitude to Professor Vanaja M. for the enlightening session on reforms in pedagogy, assessment, and classroom dynamics. The session beautifully showed how education, like entertainment, communication, and work life, has transformed over the time. Ma'am's comparison of the typewriter of the 20th century classroom to the laptop of the 21st century classroom clearly highlighted the shift in teaching learning tools. Her explanation of the 21st century classroom as student-centered, outcome-based, research-driven and focused on active learning, creativity, innovation, authentic assessment and competency-based learning was truly inspiring. We were specially moved by her reminder that although time and technology change, devoted and hardworking educators remain the same, and that giving meaningful feedback continues to be essential in every era of teaching. Her explanation of the paradigm shift in education gave us a great clarity where Education 1.0 deals with the teacher-centered factory model, memorization and the chalk method. Education 2.0 with standardized testing and technology integration. Education 3.0 with technology enhanced and learner-focused learning. Education 4.0 with collaborative learning and problem solving known as creativity plans. With Education 5.0, students human-centered and innovative focused education. And lastly, Education 6.0, which is an ongoing model built on the 6 pillars, including leadership, skills, knowledge, manufacturing, entrepreneurship, and industry. Ma'am also beautifully clarified the approaches to teaching, like pedagogy, which is teacher-led learning, andragogy, with self-directed learning, the collaboration of both, known as pedagogy or paragogy, where learning becomes shared, collaborative, and enriched through peer interaction. Heutagogy, where learner-centered, the learner determines and manages the learning. Cybergogy and geragogy. Ma'am, your session has truly empowered us to rethink our teaching practices and move towards a future-ready classroom. We thank you wholeheartedly for your valuable time, your guidance, and your inspiration. Thank you once again.
Is teaching. We request all the participants to kindly assemble in this hall tomorrow by 8:30 a.m. We would be starting the first session tomorrow by 9:15 a.m. sharp. Okay. This would be followed by demonstrations of our alumni and also our B.Ed students. So it's a request to all the participants to see that you will come here by 8:30 a.m. tomorrow. Okay. We also request you all to kindly fill the feedback form which has been sent to you for day 1. Your feedback will help us to make our program better. Thank you. As we move forward, let us carry today's insight into the coming sessions with open minds and a spirit of collaboration. We look forward for deeper explorations, hands-on experiences, and continued learning over the next 4 days. I wish you all a pleasant evening and eagerly await for your presence tomorrow for yet another enriching day of learning. We shall end this program with our college anthem. I invite our college choir to take over. Thank you.
St.Ann, her alma mater, we rejoice to sing thy praise. With love and dedication, our thoughts to thee we raise. Deep in our hearts the memories of thee will always stay. We'll think of thee eternally.
kindly note that tea and snacks have been arranged for you. All the participants can go to Anand Bhavan and kindly have your tea and snacks and then leave the premises. Thank you.